Hello, YouTube. Hope everyone's having a fantastic Sunday. Hey, Ace, hope you're having a great Sunday too. I'm out during the day because I fucked up my sleep schedule, as happens. I stayed up until 7 a.m. no lifing a game, and I woke up. But I'm here now. We are going to continue playing the Stories and Soul of the Gundog. We're gonna have a long stream of it today. I'm gonna move the longer narrative visual novel type games to weekend streams rather than doing them in hours, usually sometimes. I'll probably do the initial first couple of streams for narrative games during the week just to check them out, and then move them to weekends from now on. Because it's better, I think, to get them done in longer sprints than in 1 hour chunks. Because it always feels like I just start getting into the story when it's time to end the stream because I have to go to work the next day. Let me get my drinks closer. Within grabbing range. There we go. Let us switch to the game. Turn off the background music. Okay. And the ship just lost power because we got electronic warfared, I think. Our girlfriend is having an episode or something. It's unclear. And we can't go downstairs to the sick bay or anything because the ship has a critical design flaw. I need to put on my reading glasses. Get myself over in this corner. Okay. There's got to be some way around all this. Oh yeah, I was saying last time that we just have to wait for the captain who is downstairs because she's having an episode herself or something to go unlock the computer core. Weren't you listening? This isn't supposed to happen. We should at least have the backup systems in place. Well, that's just bad ship design. Is nothing on right now? Not even... Wait. If the ship has no power, why is there gravity? Shouldn't we be floating right now? Without them, there's nothing we can do except sit around and wait for the air to run out and float. Because there's no gravity, yeah? What about the O'Brien? Can you contact them for support? We're kind of fucking stupid, aren't we? What part of no power are we... Is it the core concept? Do we not know what electricity is? Everything is offline. Yeah, what part are we not getting? Listen to the lady. Me. She's prettier than I remember. I like her hair. And her glasses. She's nice. As you kneel over Cassie, floating in air because the power is off and that takes down the gravity as well. Your mind races through what Vanessa has just told. What do you mean race? What's there to race about? The power's offline. You know that she's right and that all the ship's emergency action plans revolve around the backup systems being operational. So, what kind of emergency action plans do we have that don't account for the ship being offline? What? Holy shit. What is wrong with the Jupiter colony fleet? What is wrong with their military? Oh my god. How did we beat Terra? How did the Terrans lose against the likes of us? Were we being hard carried by Mars? Your mind catches on that point for a finally, and you can't help wonder whether whoever wrote that plan was optimistic enough that they couldn't see a situation where the backups failed, or if they're as smart as we are. Or whether they were so pessimistic they thought that those systems were out of commission. There's no real hope for the crew either. No, they're just incompetent. Really incompetent. Pushing that thought out of your head, you desperately try to figure out a way to get Cassie to the sick bay through the Jeffrey tube. There's got to be something you know about the ship that would help. In all your time you spent working as a security officer, there's got to be something you've picked up that would. That's it. What's it? Where she her resting bitch face right now is exactly my reaction to our character right now. I am on Vanessa's wavelength right now. I'm really enjoying this, but I'm on her wavelength. In the crew quarters, the panels by the bunks can be removed and replaced. People use the space and the structure to hide contraband. Where is this going? Is this a really weird explanation that there's service tunnels and crawl spaces in the ship? What are we talking about? The ship's maintenance crawlways are accessed in the same way, if I'm right. Why didn't we just go... What? Why did it take us so long to figure that out? You head back over to the elevators, but this time instead of trying to call them, you begin to run your hands over the seams and the wall panels on either side. Eventually, you notice a gap in a few inches in length. Normally, maintenance would have a special tool to access this, but you can do the same thing with... I know I've got it on me somewhere. Where is it? A keycard? Surely not our gun. Are we going to card the door? Taking your ID card out of your pocket, you slide it into the gap in the seam until it meets some resistance when it's about halfway in. You slide it up and down a few times until you feel it stick on something, at which point you push harder. Suddenly, you hear the sound of decompression as we break the seal and we lose all of our oxygen. Suddenly, you hear the sound of multiple catches disengaging and the panel falls towards you, or floats towards us, because there's no power, so there's no artificial gravity. Taking the wall panel in both hands, you float it to the side of where it used to be attached. Now, instead of a solid wall, you can just about make out an absence. What? I know logically they meant the word void or cavity, but absence? That has to be a weird translation glitch. Absence, like... Yeah, I guess that is a word that describes what it is, but that's not the correct word. A void large enough for someone to fit inside, with a series of rungs heading downwards into a darkness which opens up once they pass by where the elevator currently sits. This game is so charming even when it's being stupid. I love it. How did you know how to do this? Don't worry about it. This is one of the first tricks you learn as a red shirt. Ship crews get very creative where they stash things. With these panels, it makes sense that the maintenance crawlways are accessed in a similar way. Well, great. Now you can crawl around the walls in the dark. Very helpful. Do we have a flashlight? Surely we have a flashlight. You grit your teeth and breathe. If there's not even emergency backup running lights, we're in the deep space of the system. It should be pitch black in here. Like, super fucking black. We shouldn't be able to see, like, in this room. You grit your teeth and breathe. You hadn't talked to Vanessa much since you first met, but you were now beginning to understand why she always ate alone in the mess hall. Wouldn't that be more because there's only 10 people on the ship? Why do we have to be so socially, not awkward in this game, but tone deaf? Like, I still always feel bad for Dr. Rosario, because he's clearly a socially awkward type, but he's doing his best to try and reach out to people to engage them. And we just blow him off every time, and I feel so bad about it. And Vanessa's, she's kind of a... She's beyond resting bitch face. She's resting bitch attitude, but... That's probably just because she's always defensive for some reason. She just needs a friend. And she has Cassie, but, Cassie has her own problems. So I don't understand Vanessa keeping her at arm's length and just, talking while on the clock. Anyways, we grit our teeth and breathe as the air thins because there's no power. Anyways, you hadn't talked to Vanessa much since you first met, but you were now beginning to understand why she always ate alone in the mess hall. If I can get up here, it means I can get out. It means that I can get out down in the central hub. From there, I can see if I can get the emergency input codes from the captain and make contact with the chief in engineering. You really think you can solve this by clambering around inside? Why isn't the captain going to engineering herself? She's down in her stateroom. She should be on. She should be on this. She's the captain. She's responsible, right? Do you really think you can solve this by clambering around inside the walls? Excuse you, bulkheads. Even if you can make it to the central hub, the rest of the ship will. Lieutenant Lord. Oh, Lordy. Bless her heart. Would you? What? She's just. Look. She's being pessimistic, but it's just because she's trying to be constructive in her own ways by being critical. I know because I used to be the same way before I mellowed out. She just has to get some life experience to realize how to tone it down and not come off like a bitch all the time. But neither of these, they're all going to shut her down and make it worse. Okay, whatever. We'll say the magic word. We'll say please. Please keep your opinion to yourself. Thank you, Lieutenant Lord. You snap back, barely suppressing your anger at her constant pessimism. We went from being Char to being Worf, and now we are unironically just like the ship's counselor because we're the only functional adult here, even if we're handicapped by our own character. Because I'm just like, I'm therapy on two legs for everyone in all these conversations as I'm like figuring out immediately what's wrong with their characters and what they need. But right now I don't see any other options except for this one. And for all we know, we're the only people in the entire ship who might be able to do something. Ah! Why are there not short-range radios or anything? I'm not about to sit around and let everyone down. That's fair, we're the security officer. It is our responsibility, categorically, yes. Not this time. Okay. Is this a setup to us getting wedged in the crawl space and stuck while everyone downstairs is actually fixing the problem? And then it's an incident of them getting the jaws of life to pry us out of the crawl space once the ship is operational. That'd be so funny. So I'm going to leave you here to look after Lieutenant Commander Quinn, unless you have anything you want to try that you think might help. Vanessa stares at you for a moment, as if weighing up what the best put down for the current situation is. That's not what she means to do. She's just thinking critically. She's a logical, rational gal. It's just her character type, personality type. Instead, she heads back to her station and starts flicking switches and pressing buttons on her control panel. All right, you do that. I'll try to get the internal communication system working with no power. Since the backup should work in a situation like this, maybe there's a way to get them back online. Not from here. Ellipses. Get moving, or are you going to stand around and gawk? Yeah, we're gawking how pretty you are, actually. Whilst I get everything done myself. If I got to choose between Cassie or her, I'd probably choose Vanessa, honestly. She's my type more than Cassie. You inadvertently sigh loudly as you turn around and reach out into the crawl space, grabbing a rung and then placing your foot on one lower down. Hopefully I can get things back online with the chief and the captain's help. Just look after Lieutenant Commander Quinn until then, alright? Vanessa turns away from you, continuing to adjust the inputs on the communication system. Yeah, sure. She's so Shirley. With that, it actually would have been perfect if her name was Shirley Lord instead of Vanessa. That'd be a great pun. With that, you lower yourself out into the darkness, taking it one rung at a time. Once you're past the stationary elevator, you can feel the space you're in open up around you. Carrying on downwards, you reach behind you every so often to see if you can feel the catch system that would keep an access panel attached. After a few attempts to find it, your fingers eventually brush over a catch, and with some coercion, you manage to get it to release, causing the whole panel to fall off the wall behind you and clatter to the floor of the central hub. Action! Dynamic entry! As you step out of the catch crawlway, a loud it's not really a crawlway if it's a vertical shaft, is it? It's just a vertical shaft, a maintenance tunnel. A loud banging crawl. I mean, I guess if there was no gravity, it'd be a floatway. Whatever. A loud banging starts from nearby. Immediately reorientate. I don't know why that's a weird word to say. Yourself to face the room, placing your hands on your electroshock weapon just in case. As you scan the room in the dim lighting, the banging continues, and you realize it's not coming from anywhere in the central hub, but one of the elevators. With your hand still hovering over your weapon, you slowly move towards the noise, trying to make as little sound as possible, hoping that whoever or whatever is making it doesn't know you're there. It's probably just a shipmate stuck in the elevator. Despite the darkness, you can see that the elevator doors are open slightly, with an inch-or-so gap between the two doors. As you aim yourself to try and see what's inside, your question is answered. Oh. Hi, Han. Hey, who's out there? Go over here, help me get these stupid doors open. Whole thing's jammed. You pause for a moment. You haven't seen Hansen since the other day outside your quarters. I know you're out there. I heard you. Get over here and help me get these doors. Are we just, like, gonna stare at him in the darkness? That'd actually be funny. He kind of deserves it. Hey, what are you waiting for? He actually deserves to get ghosted right now. I'm not gonna lie. And I don't think he could help us in this situation. We have bigger fish to fry than Hansen. We just need to get the captain to the computer core. We can come back for him later. Like, it's both funny, and he deserves it, and it is the appropriate course of action to ghost Hansen. As Hansen continues to call out, you size the situation. With the darkness of the room, you could easily come and go without him being able to tell that it's you. On top of that, it's unlikely that he'd be able to force open the elevator doors on his own. Hey, come on! This isn't funny. Who's out there? Stop jerking me around. It's petty, but a part of you relishes the idea of Hansen seeing how it feels to be trapped and unable to do anything. That's... okay. Hey, Ace. Hope you're doing great. Haru, if you're messing with me, I'll kick your ass. The restless wonder. Still, he's a member of the crew. As a security officer, it's your role to keep them all safe. Arguably, he's safest in the elevator right now. Regardless of how much of a dick they might be, you take a deep breath in. I know that rationally and logically, he is both safer in the elevator at the moment, and we have higher priorities in helping him out because he's just a pilot. He doesn't have anything that could help us resolve the situation at the moment, and we could always come back for him. However, I am like 95% positive that I will be punished for that because in the game's logic, the correct thing to do is help him out. So I'm going to do that, although I want to state for the record that logically and rationally and professionally, it is would be the correct course of action to leave him in the elevator, stuck as it is, because he is safer in there during the emergency, and we have higher priorities than him right now. Anyways, we're gonna help him because I'm 95% positive that we'll be punished if we don't. Any progression with the busty captain? We just got down through the crawl space from the bridge to the elevator down here, and we're making our way to the captain, although I'm surprised she hasn't already gotten to the computer core herself, but whatever. Help him open the doors, because I'm, again, 99% sure that the game thinks that the correct course of action is to help him here. But whatever. Help him. Hold it for a second before releasing one long, constant sigh. Hey, I heard you. I know you're there. Get me out. God, he's such a baby. All right, Ensign. I'll take the door on the right. You take the door on the left. On the count of 3, we pull. Great. Everyone on board, and it's the Kalite Coward. It's always Hansen. Figured you'd stop by here, find a nice little space to crawl up and hide in. Helping me out so we can trade places and you can ride it out until the action's over. This guy is just the worst, isn't he? You immediately begin to regret your decision. Cruz, do you want to get out of there or not? Whatever, just get me out of here. Unless you want to walk away now. That's your specialty, right? Ducking out when you're needed? We are now wasting time during a ship emergency with dumbass here. This isn't my job. I'm not certified for this. I mean, it's a ship emergency, so this is categorically our job. However, objectively, we are wasting time during a ship emergency with dumbass here. But I will be shocked if it turns out that my assessment was correct, though. And that we should have left him. Every muscle in your body stiffens and a wave of heat flushes through your entire body. Listen up, Ensign. I'm here to help you out, and right now you're not giving me a lot of good reasons to do that. So you can either stop trying to be the biggest asshole in the JCF and start helping me, or I can leave you to figure out how to get out of there yourself. You understand? Ellipses. Counter ellipses. Yeah, whatever. Just count down already. Alright, here we go. 1, 2, 3. We freed you, Cruz. Do you think he's like a 4-foot-tall king like Tom Cruise? That actually would track. That would make a lot of sense if Cruz is like a short king, and that's one of the reasons he's such a dick. Leave him to his feet. Leave him to his fate, yeah. It takes the two of you a few attempts, but finally, you manage to push the doors open to the point where Hansen can make his way through the gap between the two of them. I guess maybe we might need him to help force open the magnetic locks on the captain's door or on the doors to engineering. So, he's not completely useless in this situation. He's another pair of arms. Good job, Ensign Cruz. You rate good enough to be a mobile pair of arms. Less efficient than a robot, but we'll take what we can get in the JCF. Free of the elevator, Hansen dusts himself down and looks around while adjusting his jacket. So what the hell is going on? What's happening to the ship? Why does everything stop working? Should be a backups or something, right? You pause for a moment, despite having been on the SWAT can talk, bro. Having been on the bridge when everything went wrong, you probably have as much of an idea as Hansen would. Honestly, we've got no idea. I was on the bridge when it all happened. We made contact with the O'Brien. There was this flash thing. Commander Quinn had been knocked out. All the systems were offline, even the backups. I managed to get off the bridge using the maintenance crawlway. Now we're trying to figure out a way to reboot the computer to get everything back online. That's great. I knew this ship was a piece of junk the moment I stepped on board. That's just asking for bad luck, getting on a ship and calling it shit. It's canon that he's a short king now? Yeah. Every time we see him on screen, he's this tall because he carries around a box that he steps on. You said you guys had a plan to get things up and running, yeah? Yeah, we just get the captain to the computer. Yeah, kinda. Great! You can handle that. I'm gonna go check on the crew. Have you seen Haru? No, I haven't run into them. Okay, then. I'll try their quarters. Is he? That's sus. Is he? You don't shit where you eat, man. Is he banging his wingmate? Okay, yeah, you go off for your girlfriend. Okay. Never mind the ship emergency. Whatever. With that, Hansen, the 4-foot king, heads into the darkness towards the 4-sided thoroughfare. He stops briefly, turning to face you. Lieutenant. Ellipses? Thanks, or whatever. Okay, Mr. Pouty. Go off, King. The pilot quickly turns on his heels and disappears into the darkness. Don't mention it. So, Power, why'd you become a VTuber? Did you do it to become the same species as your favorite VTuber, Tatum? No. I've never actually... I don't have an Oshi. Like, I have other VTubers I've always liked, but... Maybe it's because I'm older, or I just have always been extremely against celebrity or famous people culture. But I just never had an Oshi or identified any VTuber as an Oshi. Like, I definitely have favorite VTubers, but I never had one that I would call an Oshi, and so that's not really a reason I got into VTubing. I actually got into VTubing almost this time last year, April sometime is the channel anniversary. Next month, or a month from now, some point. So deciding what we're going to do for that. But the reason I started was actually just to break up the monotony, because I was stuck in a rut of sleeping, working. So I started VTubing just to do something when I get home from work for an hour or so before I go to bed. And my first stream was a map making stream. I think it's unlisted now because I was using the free model that came with VTube Studio, the Schoolgirl. But yeah, for the first 2 or 3 months, I was doing map making, world building stuff, reading public domain like Conan and whatever. And then I adopted and became a vampire. When did that happen? Around September, I think. Maybe August. I got this adoption going as a vampire. Yeah, I think it was August or September last year. But yeah, that's why I became a VTuber, or Chuba, just to break up the monotony. It's been pretty great. I didn't expect to enjoy live streaming as much as I do. Because I remember I tried live streaming on Twitch very, very briefly. In 2018, 2019, and I fucking hated it. Like, it ramped up my social anxiety. I just felt exhausted and socially drained after, but I don't know. It hasn't been that long, only a few years since then, but I don't know. I love streaming now. I don't really know what the difference is, because I don't think I've changed that much since then. I don't know. It's weird. And I don't think it's because I'm using a VTuber model or anything like that. Yeah, low-key it is just cause, something new to try. But yeah, that's an interesting question. Thanks for that. Also, reminds me, I need to figure out what we're going to do for the channel anniversary in April. I haven't quite figured out what to do. All those eyes on me. Nah, not even. Because I think, like, it was just, like, less than 5 people on Twitch when I tried, because I only did it a few times. I was streaming games like, making Arma 3 operations for the group I was with at the time, playing some Toho, however you want to pronounce it, the bullet hell games. Yeah. Also, I tried streaming on Twitch last month at some point just to like see if it was any better, and no. Streaming on Twitch is still the same amount of dog ass as I remember it. I hate Twitch both as a streamer and as a viewer, especially as a viewer. I feel so bad because I have to force myself to go watch all my Chuba friends on Twitch to help support them. But God, I really despise the user experience on Twitch. Their viewer is so bad, and the constant spam of ads, and the long ads and unskippable ads and everything. Like, the only thing I like about Twitch that I think is unironically superior to YouTube, and I wish YouTube would try and compete with, is the chat functionality and the interactive ability? Interactionability? I don't know. But how on Twitch streams you can do like redeems and stuff like that to interact with the streamer in the stream itself. I think that's really cool, and I really, really wish YouTube would get on side with doing that kind of stuff. Because YouTube, as a platform, I like it significantly more as a content creator. even for live streaming, even though I have a theory that YouTube really doesn't care or like being a live streaming platform. They just do it just because they're leaving engagement and watch hours on the table otherwise. But, and it's a big hairy but, my understanding is that they don't even have a chat API or anything. So, like OBS and everything else, just to get YouTube live stream chats on, they have to backwards engineer it, which means there's almost no interactions you can do, like on Twitch. There are, I think, ways using third-party tools like streamer bots or whatever, but I'm lazy. I like to keep stuff as bare bones and minimalistic as possible, just to keep things simple. Except for my OBS, which I have plugins to hell and back and way too many scenes. I actually need to do a spring cleaning at some point to clean up all my scenes and reorganize it. But yeah. Oh yeah, we're, in theory, trying to save the ship. Don't mention it. You said the 4-foot king. I mean, I totally understand why people love Twitch more as a platform to stream on because of that, because of the chat interactions and stuff. And I think it's also easier to get monetized on Twitch because YouTube has a lot of milestones you have to meet, and it takes like a year or two unless you accidentally pop off or something, or have an existing audience. So I can understand why more people, at least in the West, like Twitch. But I disagree heavily. Anyways, the elevators are out of action right now, hence I managed to force the doors open, but I shouldn't go inside. Knowing how those things work out, the doors would shut on me once I got inside or something. Is that the panel we got out of? Probably is. You can normally hear a noise to the engines even all the way up here. Once you get used to it, you stop hearing it. But now it's gone, the silence feels louder somehow. I can't hear anything from down that way. How eerie. Anything else in here? Check in before we move on. No, I guess we're going to Forsyth Thoroughfare. Hello? There's no one here right now. Anything to interact with? I wonder how Dalton's getting on in there. Poor kid's probably scared out of his mind. Honestly, I would not be surprised if Dalton has not even realized the ship's power is off, and he's still just doing his own thing in the zone. Look. Now would be a bad time to get hungry. I wonder if Dylan's even noticed the ship's offline. His cassette player is battery powered, so he's probably fine for a while. Yeah, true. Captain is... Crew quarters 2. Hello? Anyone here? No one here? Look, Ms. Lords. Hopefully she can figure something out on the bridge if I can't get those codes. Cassie's quarters. Chief's quarters. No way she's in here right now. She's probably in engineering, figuring out 20 different ways to get the ship back online. Dr. Rosarian's quarters. I bet he's completely unfazed by all this. Yeah, probably. To Skipper's quarters. Standing in front of the door that Captain Bartimuse's quarters, you instinctively straighten up, sticking out your chest and your shoulders back. You know that your access card doesn't have the encoded permissions to allow you to access the captain's quarters, and even if it did, the terminal to the side of the door is as lifeless as the rest of the ship. Instead, you bang forcefully on the captain's door and shout, "Captain Bartimuse, it's Lieutenant Quattro. There's been a system failure and Commander Quinn is incapacitated. We need you to give the emergency input codes to restart the ship's central computer." After waiting for a few moments, you press your ear up against the door, seeing if you can hear any signs of life. From experience, you know that the crew quarters doors aren't as substantial as some of the other doors on the ship. It's not uncommon to know the exact schedules of other crew members based on the sound alone. "Captain, it's an emergency." No shit. You wait a little longer, but still don't hear anything. Ah, damn it. Slamming your fist on the captain's door in frustration. We have a bit of a anger management problem, don't we? He turned back. You'll have to figure something else out. Can we not force her door? You're not expecting much, but it's always worth giving something a try, especially in situations like this. Captain! You banged loudly on the door a few more times. Captain! You wait a little while longer, but still don't hear any signs of life from the captain's quarters. What can she even be doing in there? I know the doctor assigned her to bed rest, but how old is she? Huh. That is interesting. So, doubt anything is in Cassie's quarters. Forsyth Thoroughfare. Maybe... Let's go with the hangar. I bet Dalton could help us. Figure something out. He's a smart kid. Dalton, the double-sized doors that make up the entrance to the hangar remain steadfastly closed, despite your best efforts, damn it. Although the terminal to their side is dead, just like all the others, you'd attempted to open the double doors through brute force, since the hangar seemed like your best bet to access some helpful equipment. They had, however, remained inert against your efforts to pry them open using your own strength. Unsurprising, but frustrating. Where's my throat lozenges? Throat lozenge. Even if I managed to get these doors open, there'd be another set waiting for me at the bottom of the staircase. True. I mean, we could get another crawl space run down there, but... And this would be way harder in low gravity. Also, yeah. You pause for a moment, thinking, but can't think of any way around it, besides the crawl space. But you know, let's try somewhere else. Alright. Maybe someone is in the mess hall. I'd kill for a coffee right about now, but I don't think there's anything in there that will be helpful. But we're checking for people. What about Dylan? Like ever else on the ship so far, you're met with unresponsive terminal and a shut door. You know not to expect much, but you try anyway, knocking on the door and calling out, "Hey, Gunner D's nuts! You hear me?" You wait for a response, but don't feel particularly worried when one doesn't come. Knowing Dylan is probably not realizing anything has happened, I don't think he'd be much help even if he could hear me. He seems a little experienced, so he wouldn't be the worst guy to have on side right now. Especially a chill guy like him. He'd be a good balance for our character having anger issues. At least someone's probably having a good time during all this. Yeah, he's living his best life right now. Crew quarters 1, what's up with, there's no one here right now, huh? Is Crew's not here? With Haru? Look. Even if Dylan's shift finished between when I last saw him and when power went out, he probably would have stuck around in the fire control. Yeah. Poor kid. Knowing Dalton, he's probably freaking out in the hangar right now. I wonder if Chief's taught him anything helpful about situations like this. Probably not. He just started this cruise. I don't know what Haru's duties were today or where they'd be. Hopefully they went to the hangar early to get ready for their training exercises. That'd give Dalton some company at least. If you count the Rizless Wonder as company. I don't know about that. Cruz. There it is, Hanson. Yeah, he was supposed to be here helping Haru. With the power offline, there's no getting inside, and it doesn't seem like anyone's in here right now anyways. Wait, so how are we going to get the captain to the engineering then? Right now, I couldn't get in there even if I wanted to. Alright. To our quarters? I guess my quarters are the one place on this entire ship I can guarantee there's nothing helpful for the situation in. I can enjoy a well-earned rest later. Okay. Interesting. So... Huh. We have exhausted the options here, I think. So... Wait. Maybe Cassie has something we could use. I don't know. She has a lot of shit in her room. Maybe there's something. You pause outside Cassie's room, wondering if there's any chance that she may have left a copy of the input codes in there. You don't dwell on this thought long, as a quick inspection of the terminal next to the door shows it's out of action. just like all the others. Alright, let's check the app side then. Central Hub. Move to... Let's try the sick bay. Let's check on the doctor. The elevators are clearly out of action. Oh, that's right. It's on a different level than here. That's right. Have to get things back up. Yeah, that's right. Airlock? As you enter the airlock hatch, door looms large in the darkness. A shiver runs through you and you rub your forearms. It wasn't something you'd noticed until now, but as you feel the goosebumps that cover your skin, you realize the ship's temperature has now dropped noticeably. I've got to find a way to get things up and running again. Yeah, we do. Anything here? These have radios. We just put the new batteries in. Emergency space suits for use in event of ship depressurization failure, with life support systems, or if the crew have to abandon ship. Hopefully, yeah. Wait, I've just changed the batteries on these to make sure the radios would work in emergency. Someone on board might have had the same idea with the suit in their department. Yes, yes, yes. Get the radio, get the radio. You grab the handle on the suit's container and twist. The metal in your hand is noticeably colder to the touch than it was the last time you were here. Once the lock is undone, you open the door and, bracing the suit with your left hand, grab the radio with your right. As you disconnect the radio unit from the breast panel, the spiraling plastic cord that connects it to the suit comes with it. Turning the radio in your hand, you find where the cord... I forgot that. These are like the most overly described radios I've ever seen. And unscrew the attachment point, allowing the cable to spring back towards the suit. You quickly extend the telescoping antenna and flick the power switch, which causes a sound of whining static to fill the previously silent room. You slowly rotate the tuning dial, working your way through the frequencies until a familiar voice comes out from the tinny speaker. Chief, an emergency broadcast from Chief Engineer Mackenzie Cathays on the JFS gun... That's certainly a portrayal of the chief. It's a portrayal. I don't know if it's a good one, but they tried their best. Emergency broadcast from Chief Engineer Mackenzie Cathays on the JFS Gundog to any JFS Gundog crew members or any JCF ships nearby. The Gundog has suffered a complete systems failure. Assistance is needed to get them back online. I repeat, this is an emergency broadcast from the Chief Engineer Mackenzie Cathays. Yeah. Chief, this is Lieutenant Quattro, reading you loud and clear. I've managed to get an emergency radio from one of the suits in the airlock. I'm able to get around the thoroughfares and to the bridge, but I can't get anywhere else. It took you long enough. What the hell's everyone been doing this whole time? Not much. Where the hell did Cruz go? You're just about to push the button to send your response, but the chief cuts in. Anyway, you're in touch now. That's what counts. You said you could get to the bridge? Is that right? Yeah, we just came from there. We should have started with that. That's right. Then get back up there and get the captain to give me the input codes to access the main computer so that I can get the ship running again. Slight complication, Chief. The captain's taken sick. She's not on the bridge. Classic barter muse. Then get back up there and get Lieutenant Commander Quinn to give me the input codes. She's out of commission too. She collapsed at the same time the ship's power went out. Release your thumb, allowing the chief to broadcast. But where you expected to swiftly deliver an alternative, all you get is radio static. Ellipses. Chief? Nothing's ever easy, huh, Lieutenant? Who's currently on the bridge then? That'd be Lieutenant Lord. That is such a funny and cool name, honestly. Your last name being Lord. Well, she's the commanding officer on board right now, I guess. You're going to want to get up there. I've got an idea, but it's not something I can authorize. Your grip on the radio tightens as a sense of apprehension grows within you. You don't know what the chief has in mind, but if it requires the authority of the ship's senior officer, you know that has got to be something dangerous. We should grab the other radio and take it, so that way both us and Lord have radios, so the three of us can talk. Realizing you've been holding your breath since the chief's last message, you breathe out and push the button on the radio side to send your message. Copy that, Chief. Heading up there now. Radio in hand, you quickly make your way back from the airlock. No, grab the other radio. So we have 2 radios. So Vanessa has her own radio. Into the central hub and then head straight for the maintenance crawlway. It only takes you a moment of groping around in the darkness to find a ladder rung before you're on your way back up to the bridge. As you climb, each rung that you grip is cold to the touch, and the air that you breathe has a brisk chill to it. You know what this means, but for the time being decide to push that thought out of your head. You've got other things to focus on. The climb up seems a lot shorter than your original climb down, and you soon emerge back on the bridge. Vanessa swivels in her chair and paces over to you. You get in touch with anyone? A few people, kind of. You bring the radio up to your face so that the microphone is level with your mouth and press the push-to-talk button with your thumb. Chief, I'm back on the bridge with Lieutenant Lord. Is she just Lieutenant? I thought she was the Lieutenant Commander. Lieutenant Lord, yeah. Releasing the button, you walk past Vanessa, handing the radio over to her before heading towards Cassie. Yeah, we need to know every detail about the radio, apparently. Vanessa looks from you to the radio with mild bewilderment, for the Chief's voice comes out from the speaker. Lieutenant Lord, this is Chief Engineer Cathays. Do you read? As you kneel down by Cassie to check her pulse and temperature, as well as doing your best to tuck your jacket around her, the way the Chief addresses Vanessa catches your attention. How did she address Vanessa? As if they've never met. Very proper? Huh. You hadn't heard the Chief being that deferential towards anyone, even the Captain. I hear you, Chief Cathays. Captain Bartimeus and Commander Quinn are both incapacitated, so I'm in command of the gun dog until such a time as they can return to duty. Understood? You frown slightly, hearing Vanessa assert her position over the Chief like that. I mean, she is following the chain of command. There's nothing wrong with that. And the Chief is categorically an enlisted personnel aboard the ship. So even the highest Chief Petty Officer is going to be lower than the Lieutenant or Ensign. So that's just procedure, man. I mean, if the junior officers don't listen to the senior NCOs, then there's a bit of a fuck up going on, but yeah. Although she is the ranking officer in this situation, you've not heard anyone on board pull rank in that way, especially on the Chief, who you're under the impression enjoyed the respect of everyone on board, including Hansen and Haru. Yes, ma'am. Good. Now, have you got a plan, Chief Cathays, or as Lieutenant Quattro brought me this radio so we can have a chat about how nothing's working on your end either. As you stand and turn to face Vanessa, you catch the last few moments of a distasteful look she'd been making at you whilst your back was turned, and do your best to bite your tongue. Aye, aye, ma'am. Lieutenant Quattro has explained to me that both the Captain and Commander Quinn are out of action. So I'm aware neither one of them will be able to give me the input codes required to reactivate the central computer. This girl don't care. Yeah, she don't care. It's fine. I know the type of person Vanessa Lord is. She's... Unless she is, like, an actual bitch, I think she's just trying to do her best and keep calm, and this is her way of doing that. We know that, Cathays. What's the solution? The only hope we've got right now is that Captain has copies of the documents that contain the access codes in her quarters. If someone can get in there, then they can get the codes and tell them to me, letting me reactivate the ship's systems. If we'd been able to get into the Captain's quarters, we'd have done that already. The whole ship's in lockdown, and there's no way to get in there. You notice the slightest pause before the Chief responds. You could be projecting, but you get the impression that she's just as fed up as you are. Not quite, ma'am. Although all the terminals and most of the hardware on this ship is dependent on the central computer. Flawed design. You've got a tool that we use when something needs to be disconnected from the system. We use it for maintenance or debugging. The PST or a portable subterminal. It's effectively a standalone power pack with a microcomputer built in that provides enough power to activate the hardware attached to a terminal. It'll let us get into the captain's quarters, and then from there, we can get the codes to start the computer back up. So where is this PST? Hangar? It's in the hangar! Yes! +1 to me. I get a gold star sticker. We can't get in the hangar either! I know there's crawl spaces, ma'am. I know you're stuck in engineering phase, but the story is the same for the entire ship. Okay, she's panicking. She's lashing out because she's panicking. She's a bitch, but she's doing her best, man. Another science follows, longer this time. That's true if you're trying to get into the hangar from the inside of the ship, ma'am. But the gun dog has 2 entrances that can be activated entirely manually. The main onboarding airlock and the hangar crew airlock. If someone left the ship via the onboarding airlock, they can make their way to the crew airlock for the hangar and re-enter there. Then, they get the PST and make their way through the ship as normal. Oh, yeah, that's smart. Correct me if I'm wrong, Chief Engineer Cathays, but aren't yourself and Cadet Grange the only crew on board qualified for extra vehicle activity in space? Who's Grange? Cadet Grange? Oh, that must be Dalton. That's right. I'm too kind. Look, maybe I'm projecting on Vanessa, Ms. Lord here, but I think she's just panicking, and she's leaning too heavily on this attitude of hers to stop herself from, you know, going full tilt panic. I think she does need attitude adjustment. She does. But I think it's understandable why she's acting this way. And you're currently stuck in engineering whilst we can't get in contact with Cadet Grange to just bring us the PST? Yes, ma'am. Aye, aye. You begin to feel a knot in your gut and internally curse at Dalton for not having picked up enough of the Chief's know-how to have found an emergency radio of his own. I mean, that's just a lack of crew training if they don't know that the EVA suits have radios. There's like over 10 levels of systemic failures at this point on why this situation is as bad as it is. And most of it is coming from above the gun dog's level. This is systemic to the entire JCF if like all ships are run this way. And policy dictates that all EVAs need to be commanded by an operations officer. Ah. The knot in your stomach tightens as you take a deep breath in. Vanessa's eyes are now locked on you. Aye, aye, ma'am. The slightest hint of a smile forms on Vanessa's face. She has a nice smile. Well, Lieutenant, it looks like you're going for a walk. Yay. Let's get radiated. In space. Yay. You'd seen this coming as soon as the Chief had begun outlining the plan, but you'd been hoping that there'd be some extra part that hadn't revealed yet. Something that allowed you to stay on board. It's just a spacewalk. What, it's perfectly normal to go flying around in a space mecha suit, but going around in a actual personal spacewalk suit? That's bad. Come on, man. We're space cadets! We're space colonists! This should be daily task for us. Her nice smile looks so smug. I know, I fucking love it. Faced with Vanessa's directness, the knot in your stomach tightens further. A sense of nausea rises from your gut. Maybe that's what we ate earlier. What do you mean? Just say aye aye. Some people took well to spacewalks. Some even enjoyed them so much they'd take on careers in colony construction and repair, where they'd spend more time in the vacuum of space than they did inside the colony or on ships. You were not one of these people. Alright, fair enough. You'd only ever left the confines of a ship or a colony a few times in your life, and almost all of those had been evacuation drills that you'd been through in school or during citizenry courses. On every occasion that you could remember, you'd reacted badly, but managed to keep it to yourself. Okay. Something about being out in the void, an attachment clip or a handrail away from drifting off into the endless nothingness of space. It always... Excuse me. always filled you with dread. So don't fuck up. That knowledge that you were a slip away from disappearing forever, irretrievable and helpless. But despite all that, you knew full well from Vanessa's discussion with the chief that there is not going to be any way around doing this, and right now, you are the ship's, Cassie's, only hope. As much as you hated the thought of it, you pushed back against the fear that had been rising up inside you. Taking a deep breath, you resigned yourself to what you had to do. Yeah, don't sound too enthusiastic to do your job during an emergency. Aye, aye. I'll do it. The chief can walk me through everything that I need to know on my way over to the airlock. Shouldn't we go to the armory and get our own personal, better spacesuit? The dashing security officer, diving headfirst in danger, is indeed great Lieutenant Commander Quinn. So selfless. Oh, she likes us now. Even it's sarcastic. She's giving us the compliment. We'll take what she's putting down. Vanessa rolls her eyes, covering her mouth with the back of her hand and putting on a mocking tone. Oh my god. She's doing it. She's becoming the anime princess stereotype. I love her. Oh, my hero, so brave going into space to save us. Only you can. You snatch the radio off Vanessa and turn your eyes back on her, heading towards the maintenance crawlway. At this point, you've had just about all you can take of her, so the sooner this situation is resolved, you decide, the sooner you can go back to avoiding her. I'm starting to wonder, because I remember when we first met her, that she sniped a mean comment that we weren't as handsome as she expected. So I wonder if that's her being contrarian and acting out because she does like us? Like it's absolutely middle schooler behavior, but it kind of makes sense if she's that immature. Maybe my initial assessment was wrong, and she's just full-blown middle school syndrome over here. Oh, quit making a big deal of this with all your huffing and puffing, Lieutenant Quattro. From what I've heard, hanging out in space is something of a pastime of yours. Oh my god. That's a low blow. Or she wants to steal her friend's BF, yeah. 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 With that comment, you feel like your heart's dropped out of your chest. You quickly spin back to face Vanessa. Smug. Lieutenant. Ellipses. Counter ellipses. Reining. They're missing the G. Reining in the flash of anger you just felt. You silently shake your head as you turn back around and grab hold of the first rung of the crawlway's ladder. Chief, I'm on my way to the airlock now. Walk me through what I need to know. Wait! With one hand still on the ladder's rung, you pause and turn around. Yes, Lieutenant Lord. You just about managed to ask through gritted teeth. Don't you think you're forgetting something? Is she really about to do this? Because she's that awful. Maybe I might have... She might actually just be a fucking bitch. I'm not gonna lie. If she's about to do this, she might just be a bitch. An unrepentant bitch. Like, there are people like this. She might be one of them. I might have been too generous. Doing your best to suppress the urge to scream that you can feel building inside your chest. You pause for a moment and stare at Lieutenant Lord, trying to puzzle out what kind of mind game she's playing. Lieutenant Lord, if there's... Before you finish, Vanessa rolls her eyes and turns on her heels, walking back over to Cassandra and squatting down. You almost yell out when Vanessa lays her hand on Cassie's hip, but you stop when you see her withdraw a key card from Cassie's skirt pocket. Holding it between her thumb and forefinger with a flourish, she waves at you as she stands up and walks back over to you. Okay, she's safe. She's not a giant bitch. She was actually helping. Okay. She's just really bad at presenting herself. Okay. We're safe. She's just a middle school chunny, whatever, how you say it. She wasn't about to do that to us. She's honestly just trying to help. Okay. We like Vanessa. Okay. The central computer can only be accessed by the captain or members of operations. Good luck getting in there without this. Vanessa casually tosses you the card, which you grab out of the air. The bitch Inquisition is still watching, though. That's fine. I like Inquisitors. You got Cassie's key card. You turn the card over in your hand a few times before pocketing it. But the chief said that the PST used its battery power to open. I can see what you and her see in each other. God damn it. She's so bitchy, I love her. She's bitchy in the good way. As if hooking a battery up to the door would get you around the ship's security systems, you're still going to need to have the right Why am I talking so staggered? You need to have the right authority levels to get through. Honestly. At this point, your jaw is clenched so hard it feels like your teeth may crack at any second. We have anger management issues. We really do. But with the cold chill of the ladder rung reminding you just how dire the situation is getting, you turn back around. Thank you, Lieutenant. She's just helping. Calm down. You just about manage. Still there, Chief. I'm heading to the airlock now. Have you got the radio coming in through the helmet speakers, Lieutenant? Aye, aye. The Chief's voice fills your helmet. Sound quality somehow worse than the speaker on the main radio unit itself. Why are military radios so bad? Like, you hear recordings of radios on, like, modern, like, F-35s. It's so garbled. Like, how do they understand each other? It's bizarre to me. The Chief's voice fills your helmet. The sound quality is somehow worse than the speaker on the main radio unit itself. Loud and clear, Chief. You respond, securing the radio onto the suit's breast panel. You've got the emergency suit on and sealed? Aye, aye. Currently breathing in the suit's oxygen supply. What now? Do you see the access panel next to the internal airlock hatch? The spacesuit's helmet is attached to the rest of the suit in a fixed position, so although you turn your head to check, all you can see is the helmet's interior. Excuse me. You turn your whole body in an exaggerated motion to look for the emergency access panel, which we already know is there because we examined the room before, and spot on the other side of the hatch. It's this thing here. I see it, Chief. I'm heading over now. Alright. You need to remove the panel in all the same way that you did the one on the bridge. Once you've got it off, you'll see a large handle. Is Chief the only functional adult on the entire ship? She really is, isn't she? The Chief is the only functional adult in the entire JCF Navy. Cranking that lever operates the manual override that will open the hatch to the airlock. Understood. Although you'd had to learn to operate the airlock manually in basic training, you didn't feel that now was the time to dismiss the Chief and act like a know-it-all. She was likely getting her fill of that from Lieutenant Lord. Use you. You kneel down by the panel and attempt to find the gap between its edge and the surrounding wall. This is made a lot harder by the thick material of your suit. After a few attempts to find it, the tips of your gloves catch in the access. You work your digits in more until you find a catch that you can squeeze. The panel falls away from the wall, and you take hold of it, placing it to the side. Underneath is a long handle marked emergency use only. Hold up. It has an arrow saying you need to rotate it clockwise, but it's already down here, so the arrow should be counterclockwise to open it, right? Or it should say lock if it wants us to rotate clockwise to lock it. Okay, whatever. Alright, that's the access panel out of the way. I see the handle. Do we need to narrate everything? We all know what we're doing. We're turning the handle. Good, now you're going to want to turn it counterclockwise and keep going until the hatch is open. Understood. Thank you for instructing me like I'm watching Barney. Placing your... I mean, honestly, I don't blame him for doing that, considering this mental state of the rest of the crew. Placing your left hand at the bottom of the handle and your right hand at the top, you apply as much force as you can to push it clockwise. Your initial heave barely moves it, despite your effort. Come on. Come on! You grip the handle again and place your entire body weight behind your effort to shift it. This time, it moves more noticeably, but when you look at the airlock hatch, it doesn't appear to have opened at all. We got a few inches on it. With another grunt, you push the lever full 90 degrees, allowing it to return to its neutral position. Although it still resists you, you're able to feel the ratchet mechanism begin to move. Nothings. You push the handle 90 degrees again before letting it reset. However, oh, nothing's ever easy. You adjust your grip and push the handle again. Easy. I'm surprised that it's a ratcheting system instead of just like going in full circles. That's interesting. I wouldn't have expected that. Maybe it mechanically makes sense. I don't know. I'm not a handy person. You complain through gritted teeth as you feel the mechanism slowly but surely moving little by little each time. As you carry on this process of straining against the mechanism, you complete crank after crank. You can hear the mechanism of the airlock groan and strain with each turn. Eventually, something gives, and the mechanisms in the airlock uncouple, releasing their locks, and the whole thing slides open. Yay. Oh fuck, depressurization! Hold on! Okay, no, there's an outside airlock. You can feel the sweat on her brow and curse that you'd put the suit on beforehand, preventing you from wiping it off. Okay, Chief, I'm heading into the airlock chamber. What's next? You'll see a similar panel on the opposite end of the hatch inside the chamber. Same deal, but in reverse. Oh, this is going to be a process. We have to close the door behind us so it doesn't depressurize the entire ship. And then we ratchet open the other door. And then we're going to have to ratchet open the hangar door. Once inside the airlock chamber, you spot an identical access panel and quickly get to work. Unfortunately, it's just as hard to close the hatch as it was to open it. Probably harder. The interior hatch clicks closed. Now what? Are we sure we don't want 5 pages describing the process? You try and keep your breathing under control as the inside of your helmet begins to heat up, reminding you of another reason you've never been fond of them. What you're going to need to do next will be to vent the air in the chamber, then open the exterior hatch. To start with, the Chief walks you step by step as if we're watching Barney through the processes required. Although you remember most of this from training, you're thankful for the help, as a few parts had slipped your mind. You carry on following the Chief's orders until, with one final monumental heave, you get the external hatch open. You step away from the lever and head over to the opening. Seeing the stars in front of you, rather than through a terminal or view screen, fills you with the familiar dread you'd felt on the bridge. Excuse me. Alright, Chief, I'm heading out. Pressing firmly on a switch on the suit's breast panel, you hear a momentary high-pitched whine as the soles of the boots are drawn towards the airlock floor. With the electromagnets now active, each step is an effort, but at least you know you won't go hurtling into space. Whoa. You mean floating? Not really hurtling. Hey, Gretton. Yeah, we're going to the hangar by EVAing outside the ship to the external doors, because Dalton in there has a device that'll let us jumpstart doors inside the ship so we can get the captain's key codes and stuff. Hope you're having a good weekend. You place one foot right on the edge of the airlock hatch and stare out into the emptiness. You see nothing but stars, with light years of gulf between them and you. With your next step, you head out into the nothingness, pivoting on the axis of your foot at the edge of the airlock. The step that you took into space brings your foot back down on the gun dog's exterior hull. We got poofy legs. Look at those poofy space pants. Even though the ship had fallen silent since its power had been knocked offline, that hadn't been true silence. There had been the echo of your footsteps, the almost inaudible sounds of things other crew members were doing in the far-off reaches of the ship. Out here, all you could hear was your own breathing and the whine of the magnets. You take a moment to reorient yourself and turn 90 degrees to your right, angling yourself towards the front of the ship. I think the hangar was on the chin, the underside of the ship's bow, so we probably want to get on the belly. With a little difficulty, you bring one foot up and away from the hole and place it back down in front of you. Slowly but steadily, you make your way towards the hangar airlock. Who gave her a radio? Oh my god. Her resting bitch face on the radio. She looks like a ghoul. Still with us, Lieutenant Quacho. Haven't gone hurtling off into space or anything. You roll your eyes as you plod forwards. Who gave her a radio? Still here, Lieutenant, because we took the radio with us. Where'd she get the radio? Still here, Lieutenant Lord. Good, good. What's your ETA on the hangar airlock? You quickly do some rough maths around what you know about the gun dog's dimensions. It's fairly small. Airlock's around the midpoint of the ship, 250 meters long, about 5 minutes, Lieutenant. This isn't a Sunday afternoon stroll at the replica gardens, Quattro. Pick up the pace. Aye, aye. You allow yourself the opportunity to curse openly at Vanessa before hitting the push-to-talk button again. Yes, ma'am. It's fine. We like her. She's just trying to help. Awkwardly. Poorly. You carry on the laborious march to the hangar's crew airlock, slowly heaving 1 foot at a time away from the ship's hull before placing it back down in front of you. There are a few awkward areas where the ship's hull rises or falls, and you have to navigate your way across them. The loss of a constant bearing begins to disorient you, but you march onward, ensuring that you're heading consistently in a straight line regardless of orientation. Wouldn't the ship just be our horizon now? I mean, hey, I've never spacewalked. I don't know. Maybe it's harder, but it seems like you just orient yourself relative to the features on the ship. It wouldn't be that hard to walk in a straight line. Eventually, you see the distinct markings that indicate an airlock hatch in the distance. The bitchquisition has yet to pass judgment. Although it's marked in the same way as the one you'd emerged from, this one is much smaller, scarcely bigger than the typical doorway inside the gun dog. You enjoy a momentary celebration, then pick up the pace. Does it have the ratchet to open it on the outside? Because if it doesn't, how are we going to signal Dalton to open it from the inside? All right, Chief, I'm at the hangar crew airlock. Okay, if you look to the right of the door, you should see an access panel with a lever underneath, just like the others. Okay, let's see. Due to your orientation from standing on the ship's hull, the airlock entryway is laid out at your feet. Uh-huh. You shift yourself to be able to look to the right and see the panel, which you head over to and squat down in front of, running your fingers around its edges to find the now familiar recess. You know, we had artificial gravity inside the ship, so not all the power must be knocked out, though. There must be some level of emergency power that isn't knocked out. But why would that base level of emergency go to artificial gravity and not life support? There's so many layers to this problem. With a practice movement, you undo the clip. Unlike the panels inside the ship that freely come away, this one swings on a hinge, revealing the lever underneath. Oh god. We're playing Keep Talking or no one explodes. Hopefully this should be easier on a smaller hatch. Could be spin. Yeah. You mutter to yourself, reaching for the lever. What about the numpad? Ellipses. Ellipses. Chief. What is it? It's the lever. It's, you run your hand a few more times over the lever, which is visible, but inlaid into the hole, perfectly level with its surroundings. Whereas you've been able to remove the panel by finding the recess, there is nothing like that here, making grasping the lever impossible. I can't get any purchase on it, as completely flush with the hole. There's no way to grip it. Probably need a code. Ellipses. Ellipses. Counter ellipses. Chief? Lieutenant Lord, do you know what the current security code is? Of course I don't. They're like the emergency input codes. Only the captain or the second in command knows them. Oh, God. Why? Oh, God. Chief Engineer Cathays, I asked you a question. Don't snap at her. Don't snap at Lord. Vanessa, she's just trying to help. I swear, she's not a bitch. I can fix her. I can fix her! There's a moment of radio static, but you can hear the chief's sigh the crackle in disorientation. Did Chief turn off her video feed just to so no one else could see the faces she was making? In order to gain entry to an airlock from outside, you need to input the ship's security code into the number pad. It's an analog locking mechanism, but you still need that code. Oh, lordy. Ellipses. Lieutenant knows. Ellipses. God damn it! Uh-oh. She's starting to panic. She's breaking. What? God damn it, God damn it, God damn it. God damn you, miserable excuse for a captain. God damn you, Quinn. You absolute airheaded bitch. Lord broke. Lord has lost her composure. She's having an episode. She is having a fit. Shut up, Quattro. Because of your stupid bimbo girlfriend deciding that now's a great time to take a nap, I'm stuck on a dead ship running out of air. Trying to herd you knuckleheads around on stupid, pointless errands. Okay, calm down, calm down. I can fix you. Calm down. Stow it! I got jump scared by that sound effect. It's been so quiet for so long. I'm not a big fan of this either, but right now we're the best hope this ship's got. So if you could put a lid on the gigantic bitch act for 5 minutes and help us figure out how to solve this, we can. How dare you? I said stow it! The bitchquisition has arrived and they are judging Vanessa. Ellipses! 5 minutes, Lieutenant Lord. Then once I'm on board, I can handle the rest of it myself. The bitchquisition is taking note. Hey, Powerline is my first name. Second name, Quattro. Then you can go back to pretending you're the most important crew member. Oh my God, you don't have to rub it in. Now she's gonna cry. This is insubordination. I'll have. All right, you two, that's enough. Thank you. Thank you, Mom, for settling us down. Both you and Vanessa snap into silence with the chief's interjection. I swear to God, the chief engineer is literally the only functional adult on this ship. Probably on all of Jupiter, honestly. Maybe Jupiter is where they like shipped off all the fuck-ups and idiots from Earth and Mars, and that's why it's so screwy out here. Both you and Vanessa snap into silence with the chief's interjection. Before either of you can start up again, she carries on in a commanding tone. Lieutenant Lord, do you know how long the security code is? Do you know the punishment for addressing a senior officer like that? Oh my God. Vanessa. Vanessa, please. No, ma'am, I do not, but if it gets Lieutenant Quattro on board any sooner, I'll say it's worth it. Do you know how long it is? Ellipses. It's 4 digits. Okay. I had been thinking that it would be our anniversary with Cassie, which was I was about to say February 11th, but no, that was wrong because it's November 2nd. Because it's the Canadian calendar, not American. I think so. It's a, was it 0211? Because they do it month, no, day, month, year. So yeah, 0211 for November 2nd. Of course, I don't have any idea. It's Quinn's responsibility to generate and set those kinds of codes. Oh, by the way, if you ever want access to my quarters, the passcode for the lock is our anniversary. It's pretty much the same passcode I use for everything. Yep, I figured. I think it's either 0211 or 0212 because she said she just adds one each time. I think I might know it. What? I said I think I might know it. It's, you rack your brain trying to remember the date where you and Cassie first visited the Europa amusement park and she puked on the roller coaster. It was 0211. Enter. Okay. It's a good thing our girlfriend didn't change the codes. She didn't even add one to it like she said she did. She was being super lazy. You quickly punch in the 4-digit security code, then hit the enter key. As soon as you do, the lever rises out of its recess. Ah, yes. You got it, Lieutenant. Hell yeah. Yeah, it was 0211 in case that helps. Oh, yeah. I don't know why. I just thought that was wrong for a second because it's 02 instead of 02. And how did you know what the ship's security code was? That is sensitive information. You don't want to tell Vanessa the reason you're able to guess the code, that it was yours and Cassie's anniversary. So instead you scramble for a lie. I put in your mom's birthday. It's the passcode for Lieutenant Commander Quinn's quarters. Ah, I can't believe it. These codes are supposed to be secure. How could... Why did we just admit we know her room code? For the time being, Lieutenant Lord, how about we just focus on the fact that I'm able to get into the hangar. There was an unwarranted space there. Ellipses. So many ellipses in this game. Shifting your... It's like a AOL chat room from 2005 or something in here. There's just ellipses everywhere. Shifting her position away from the number pad, you squat down by the raised lever. No, wait. AOL chat rooms were the thing in like 1999. By 2005, it wasn't AOL itself, but we used AIM. AOL Instant Messenger. And then we moved to Skype. And then by 2006-ish, we moved on to Steam, I think. Or was Steam closer to 2009, not 2006? I can't remember. Hey, Tartars. Yeah, people loved ellipses in the early 2000s. Oh yeah, she already does know we're dating. That's true. Because the first time you met, she made an ass out of herself about it. Anyways, we opened the door instead of being nostalgic for AIM. As you step inside the ship, you find yourself in a chamber almost identical to the airlock you'd left earlier, with the exception that it was much smaller. Moving quickly now, you close the exterior hatch behind you and follow the inverse process you'd carried out to leave the ship, pressurizing the chamber with oxygen and opening the internal hatch. In a few short minutes, you're back inside the familiar space of the ship's hangar, and you remove your helmet, happy to be breathing something other than the suit's oxygen supply. That probably smells like our morning coffee, after us huffing and puffing in it. You then disengage the electromagnets before removing the suit completely, making sure to take the radio with you. Now unencumbered by its bulk and in the low gravity of the hangar, you gently drift towards the equipment storage, the uneasy silence surrounding you. Shouldn't we call out for Dalton? Dalton! I don't see Dalton anywhere. Wonder where he could be. So call out for him! Where's the kid? The space cadet. Where's our space cadet? The armored frames are powered by an internal generator, so they're one of the few things on the ship that still work. Not much use though, since they need to tear their way out of the hangar to get out anywhere. With the power off, that door is not going anywhere. It's a good thing the crew airlock can be controlled manually. None of that's doing me any good right now. I have to look through the crates by hand. Tools, equipment, and supplies. The portable sub-terminal that the chief mentioned should be in there somewhere. I guess I should get looking. Alright. Let's see. Can I get in the mecha? Let me get in the Gundam. I don't need to use one of those to find the... Hey, there's no kill like overkill. Let's get in the mecha to search the crates. None of that. Yeah. These crates. Let's see if that PST is going to be anywhere. It'll be in amongst all the stowed equipment and gear. So, in the darkness, the collection of stacked or suspended crates, containers, and various pieces of heavy machinery looms intimidatingly. Looking from container to container, you realize that none of them are marked in a way that makes any sense to the uninitiated. Uh-oh. Shaking your head, you reach for the radio to ask the chief where you'd be able to find it. Before you can call her, you hear the rustle of a jumpsuit's fabric behind you, moments before wavering voice demands. There's a stop right there! Intruder! Identify yourself! Calm down, Space Cadet. You raise your hand slowly, being careful not to make any sudden movements. Dalton had done surprisingly well. Why didn't we call out to him? We're a bad security officer. We just created a security incident. Dalton had done surprisingly well to get the drop on you, and if he was under the impression you're the enemy, he should be armed to confront you like this. Is someone changing? At ease, Space Cadet. It's me, Lieutenant Quattro. Oh, well, Lieutenant, I'm sorry I thought that. Turning around slowly, hands still raised, you smile. Don't worry about it. You did good to sneak up on me like that. If I was the enemy... Pausing mid-sentence, you sigh as you realize that Dalton isn't actually holding a firearm. Space Cadet, where's your weapon? Sir? If I had been the enemy, what were you planning on making me do without a weapon for encouragement? Dalton pauses briefly, and you see realization flash in his eyes. Sorry, I didn't think that well. I thought that, which is... Ellipses. Ease up, Dalton. When this is all sorted out, we'll go over anti-boarding procedures, okay? Oh, God. We just gave him wharf detention. Yes, thank you, sir. Although, what exactly is going on, Lieutenant? I was just finishing up something when all the power went out. I haven't been able to get in touch with anyone. Why didn't you get in the Gundam and use the Gundam's radio? Because it just said the Gundams are independently powered. Because of course they are. Don't mind me, I'm getting another throat lozenge. It takes you a few minutes, but you quickly fill Dalton in on the events taking place on board the ship, including your current objective, the Swalk and Talk Man. Again, the portable sub-terminal. The emergency suit radius, why didn't I think of that? And the chief's going to be so mad. She was teaching me suit maintenance just last week. Yeah, why didn't you think of that? Hey, take it easy, Space Cadet. No one else on the ship figured it out because we have some serious systemic issues in the Jupiter Navy. Don't beat yourself up over it. I guess. So don't worry about that. What we need to do now is find the PST. Do you know where it's kept? I think so. Let me look. With a kick against the container next to him, Dalton propels himself towards a set of smaller crates. Once he arrives, you watch as... Is Haru in one of these? Because she wasn't at her room. And Cruz wasn't there either. Did the pilots roach out and they're hiding in their mechas? But then how did Cruz get down here? He just disappeared. Once he arrives, he watches he opens one, rummages through various bits of electronic adjacent looking hardware, which he fastidiously replaces before closing the lid and moving on to the one next to it. It takes the space cadet checking a few different storage crates before eventually, we're missing some commas here, he withdraws a device the size of a briefcase. With it firmly in hand, he slowly drifts back towards you, presenting it once back. Here we go, Lieutenant. This is what you're after. You see, that's why my initial thought was to go to the hangar, because I figured Dalton would be able to help us. I mean, he's an airhead, but once we explained the situation to him back then, he probably would have been smart enough to know about the PST and help us out with it. We got the portable sub-terminal, which looks heavy as fuck. Jesus Christ. Writing doesn't account for them. Yeah. So this is the PST, huh? You take the hefty device from Dalton and turn it over a few times to investigate it from different angles. The exterior is largely one off-white plastic shell that was green. That was like olive green. That wasn't white. Anyways, largely one olive plastic shell with a handle attached, allowing you to carry it like a briefcase. Neat. The one visible seam that runs around the entire casing has two conspicuous claps that you release, causing part of the device to fold out, revealing a keyboard alongside various screens, buttons, disk drives, and withdrawable cables. Alright, Space Cadet, can you give me the quick rundown of how to use this? Aye aye, sir. I guess the entry to the thoroughfare would be a good place to try it out? Yeah, probably. Yeah, it's probably faster than another spacewalk, honestly. The two of you make your way through the hangar and up the flights of stairs that lead to the four-sided thoroughfare. Once at the top, you're faced with the unyielding set of double doors. Okay, sir, first you need to take the cable from the PST and connect to the underside of the terminal, next to whichever door you want to open. After that, you turn the device on. If you do that now, I'll show you the rest once it's active. Okay. Yeah, wait, it's not... Hold on. We'll look at it again, but it's not white. It's not even off-white. Following Dalton's instructions, you kneel by the terminal and withdraw the cable from the device. It's awkward in the darkness, but you eventually connect the cable to a port on the bottom of the terminal. Once you've got the sub-terminal connected, you can use it in the same way you would the normal terminal. Just select the right function from the menu and insert your keycard into this slot when request you to. Give it a try now. Okay. Yeah, it's not off-white, it's green. It's like generic military green. Whatever. My keycard, because ours is better, because we're Worf. Using the small keycard, you select the override open function, then as Dalton advised, insert your keycard. As expected, although slightly slower than you like, the door opens, allowing access to the four-sided thoroughfare. Great work, Space Cadet. All we need to do now is to get this to the captain's quarters, then engineering, and we'll have the gun dog back up and running in no time. Ah! What? You okay, Space Cadet? Yeah, I forgot you had to go get the codes from the captain's quarters. Isn't that against the rules or insubordination or something? Don't say it too loud or Ms. Lord will hear you. I thought it was forbidden to go in the captain's quarters unless explicitly instructed for duty. It's a ship emergency, man. You sigh as Dalton shakily removes the cable from the terminal underside and closes the lid on the PST. Technically, yes, but right now the choice is insubordination, or we all suffocate in the vacuum of space. Ah! But don't worry about it. I'm sure the captain will understand why I had to do it. Besides, I've always wanted to see what their quarters look like, so I'd say it's worth it, right? Actually, yeah. That was like my first intrusive thought on the ship was to go check out the captain's quarters. I guess. I think the pilots might be locked in the mess. Maybe Haru, but not Cruz, because Cruz just fucked off and disappeared after we let him out of the elevator. Dude roached out hard. You place a hand on Dalton's shoulder and take the terminal from him. Anyway, you take it easy here. Try to raise the chief on the radio. See if she's got anything for you to do. I've got to get moving. Aye, aye, sir. With that, you give Dalton a casual salute, and in return, he throws a rigid, formal salute back at you. Smiling to yourself, you head through the now open double doors and into the thoroughfare. Yay! Progress. Let's go to the mess hall. I shouldn't waste the PST's battery power on getting in there. Besides, I'll have to power back on soon enough. Okay. I guess. Crew quarter 2. Hello? No one's here right now. Captains. Standing outside the skipper's quarters, you look at the heavy device in your hand. It's taken longer than you'd like to get here, but at least now you could get those codes from the captain. Okay, so first I get the PST. I get my gun. No, I get the PST. You kneel down by the terminal to the side of the door, laying the PST on the ground and unclipping the catches that hold the front of the unit closed. After it starts up, you swiftly draw out the cable and connect it to the terminal's underside. Squinting at the screen's phosphorescent glow in the low light, you score your way through a series of menus to select the unlock function. Once you hit the enter on the command, a prompt shows up on the screen. Alright, now we should probably use Cassie's. Once the device reads your Cassie's, not ours, Cassie's key card, the soft whir of the door unlocking and the hiss as it slowly opens. Okay, I can leave this here for the time being. I feel like that's a rookie mistake. We should probably bring it with us so we don't get locked inside with the captain. I mean, maybe we do want to be locked inside the captain, but not if we're going to asphyxiate, because there's no life support on right now. You stand up and step in front of the door, which continues its painfully slow opening. Come on, come on, come on. We should probably announce ourselves to the captain. Ooh, she has a nice suite. Captain, are you... Ah, that's... Ugh. As you step across the threshold into the dark of the captain's quarters, you're instantly overwhelmed by a powerful fetor. You gag and stumble your way back to the door, taking a deep breath of the corridor's sterile air. What is this bitch doing in here? What's the captain doing in her quarters? I know she's sick, but... You try to compose yourself, but the odor drifts out around you, and a particularly acrid waft stings the back of your throat as you take another breath, causing you to gag in. No wonder she's sick if she's living like this. Holy shit. The atmosphere on the ship and even the colonies are carefully regulated, and the air supply constantly scrubbed and recycled. Because of this, strong smells are something that almost never encountered and quickly resolved. You realize that with the ship's life support out of action, this hasn't been happening, and whatever is causing the stench in the captain's quarters has been left to putrefy the air into this awful miasma. After a few more retches, you steer yourself to re-enter the room. Before heading in, you bring your arm up in front of your mouth and nose do your best to bear the stink. Just big baby, just breathe through your mouth, not your nose. You big baby. Me. Although you're doing your best to breathe as lightly as possible, the odor with a U, odor, still assaults you, almost too much to bear. Skipper, are you here, Captain? With no answer, you carry on. Is she dead? Is she dead? Is that what the stink is? The stink of death? Jesus Christ. With no answer, you carry on deeper into the quarters. As you grow accustomed to the smell, you begin to pick up its unique odors that it's comprised of. The first scent that you identify brings back memories of your early flight training, the acidic tang of vomit. Ugh. The second takes you a little while longer, sour and chemical. You wonder for a moment if it's one of the substances they use to strip paintwork from ships or armored frames, but then you spy an empty bottle on the desk and realize what it is. Stale whiskey. Sick. She's sick, alright. With the cause of the captain's absence now obvious, you look around the room. To the left, Is she passed out drunk? Oh my god. Well, looks like the end of a bed. Skipper, get your ass out of bed. You call out again as you head towards it. Although your reason for being here is entirely justifiable, you still feel a bit hesitant about barging in. Captain! Nothing. Is she dead? Alright, Captain, I'm coming in. We need those. Having stepped through the doorway, you find yourself in a room that's much closer to a normal bedroom than the crew quarters. Rather than access panels flush with the walls for storage, the room has actual furniture. A chest of drawers sits below a large mirror, and a bedside table is right next to an unmade queenside bed. Crippling alcoholism. There's crippling alcoholism, and then there's whatever this bitch is doing with her life. Actually, the bed looks pretty well made. For a moment, you think that, like Cassie is wont to do, the captain has just thrown her worn uniform onto the bed and left it all in a heap. But before you turn back, a sluggish movement as the mass of crumpled clothing turns over, reveals itself to be... Take that comma, remove it, put it here. Reveals it to be Captain Bartimuse herself. Oh, she pretty with her hair down. Ah! Captain! You throw a salute and hold it for a moment before you realize that the captain is completely oblivious to your presence. Ellipses. Tentatively, making her way towards the captain's bedside, you register that the smell of stale whiskey is strongest in her immediate vicinity. As you look around, you notice another bottle lies mostly empty, with a small pool of amber liquid left in one of its corners. What is she gonna do when she runs out of whiskey on this mission? Skipper. We are disappointed. You run your hands back through your hair and sigh loudly. Regardless of all this, you remind yourself you're here to get the emergency input codes. Captain. Hey, Captain. Captain Bartimuse. You place your palm on the captain's upper arm and rock her gently. Captain, come on. You need to wake up. We need your emergency input code. Ugh. Captain! Wake up, you dumb bitch! Ellipses. You step back and pinch the bridge of your nose with your thumb and forefinger. Despite what else would we pinch our nose with? Like, that's a redundant statement. What else would you pinch your nose with? Your thumb and pinky? Your thumb and ring finger? Oh! A hairpin, because we're trying to block out the smell of this stank-ass bitch in her room. That's what we're pinching our nose with. Ah, come on, after everything. We have Cassie's code. Just get in her computer. If I can't get the codes from the captain directly, maybe she keeps a copy of them around here. Yeah, probably. Because she's so blind drunk she would remember them anyways. Ellipses. Worth a shot. Look. The captain's bedroom. It's actually pretty nice, except for the vomit. This is the first time I've seen a captain's quarters, so I didn't know they were this different. Privileges of rank. Ooh. A painting of the first colony fleet to enter Jupiter's orbit. Is that what that is? I thought those were like crystals or something. If I remember my civics lesson, they are funded by a wealthy Terran industrialist who had them built to serve as habitats for a workforce that would harvest resources from Jupiter and her moons for his company's sake. How do you Jupiter's gravity is huge. How do you harvest stuff from Jupiter? Because you would have to burn so much fuel just to escape its gravity pull after skimming its atmosphere. Right? Anyways. After a few decades, the population had enough of existing with no autonomy and living on company scrip, so they took control of the fleet and petitioned to join the Solar Federation. We all know how that ended. I mean, we got independence. With an asterisk. I mean, we basically got subsidized by Mars is what it sounds like. An empty bottle of whiskey. That's a huge bottle. Jesus Christ. That is the biggest bottle of whiskey I've ever seen. Jesus Christ. Wait. No, it just looks huge. Like, look at that mouse. Like, the mouse is a normal mouse size, and the bottle is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like 6 mice tall. Okay, so it's not huge. It's just looks huge, even though it isn't. Because the scale of things is off. Europa Colony Special Blend. A pretty nice desk. Must be where the captain does all of her work when she's not drinking. If that's the case, then as I thought, it's got a few drawers at the back next to where she'd sit. If it goes her anywhere, they'd be in there. But first, what's in here? If the captain's got an actual bedroom, I wonder if this is... It's an actual bathroom, alright, but now I know where the smell of vomit is coming from. Did she puke in her commode, or did she puke all over it? What was I expecting to find in there anyways? I don't know. I'm just looking around. Captain Bartimeus! Is she dead to the world? She's still dead to the world. Okay. Captain's bedrooms? Okay. Can I use the bottle? Myth is that they used to brew it in an old fuel tanks, which gave its particularly potent edge. From how it tastes, though, you may not think it's a myth. I never touch it, after the captain's left enough to share. Can I use the painting? Thought there might be a safe behind it or something like in the movies, but it looks like the whole thing's a reproduction that's been applied directly to the wall panel. Even the frame is bolted on. Fair. Yet if I need to, yeah, it's not going there. I know I've seen Cassie hand the captain printed reports and status updates. Maybe she's still got a copy of those codes in here. You try to open the top drawer, but the small amount of initial give stops almost immediately as you hear a clunk. You try a few more times, and the spot a keyhole to the left of the drawer. Checking the second and third drawers gives you the same result. Locked. Of course. Have to find the key, probably with her. Ugh. You were uncomfortable enough making your way in here the first place, but now that you're about to rummage your way through the captain's personal effects, you feel even worse. Let's get this over with. She's blind drunk. It'll be fine. Doing a quick scan of the room, in the hopes that the captain may have left the key on top of the chest of drawers, or on her bedside table, proves fruitless. So you tentatively step back inside. Nervously looking back to the captain's comatose form every few moments. Sorry about this, Skipper. I'm not sorry. I mean, it is what it is. We're just doing our job, man. We're wharfing it. Stand by the chest of drawers, you lay your hand on its top and drum your fingers for nervously pulling the top one open. Seeing only folded clothing inside, you close it quickly, going on to repeat the process for the next two drawers, finding nada. Stepping back, you take another look around. The only immediately obvious... Are those words backwards? The only obviously immediate? No, it's just awkward to say. The only immediately obvious place left to check is the drawer in the bedside table, right next to the captain. Ellipses. Moving over to it, you squat down. I should get an ellipses counter for this game. You beside the unit, acutely where the captain sleep. Sleeping is a strong word for what she's doing right now, isn't it? In the low light, it's next to impossible for you to make out the contents of the drawer, so you have to settle for reaching inside and feeling your way through. Running your fingers over the various contents, you try to figure out what's in there. A thin plastic surface with regular bumps, which feels like it has a foil underside. A small glass bottle with a series of raised dots just under the label. various individual papers that could be the codes. You grab a hold of what feels like a key card clipped onto a lanyard and pull it out of the drawer. The metallic jangling sound that comes with it is quickly revealed to be a key ring featuring various different keys. Oh, score. It's ours. It was a gift. If the captain didn't want us to not take them, then she would be awake to stop us. But she didn't stop us, so clearly she's okay with us taking her rings and keeping them. One of these has got to be the keys for those. Hello. Hi, ma'am. This is exactly what it looks like, ma'am. Ellipses. Counter ellipses. The counter ellipses. Ellipses squared. Ellipses cubed. Lieutenant! Finally, I was running out of stuff to say. You freeze in place with your hand half out of the drawer, holding on to the captain's identity card and keys. You hadn't seen her stir, but in the blink of an eye, Captain Bartimeus had managed to reach out and grab hold of your wrist. We explain ourselves, duh. The captain's grip on your wrist isn't particularly strong, but the shock has rendered you perfectly still. Yeah, they like ellipses in this game. You slowly turn your head to face her and see her lazily gazing at you through the darkness. Lieutenant! You hold on to your breath for a moment, then exhale slowly, calming yourself. Yeah, it's her, but we forgive her. We like Bartimeus, even if she is unfixable. What are you? Composing yourself, you speak calmly and quietly. I'm sorry, Captain. It's an emergency, and I've come to get your input codes. Emergency! Ma'am, you've been passed out drunk for 5 years. The ship is gone, ma'am. All the ship's systems have gone offline, Commander. Period. Commander Quinn has collapsed. I've been working with Chief Cathays and Lieutenant Lord to get your code so that we can get the ship back online. The captain blinks groggily a few times and releases your wrist, drawing your hand back to rub her eyes. As she does, you slowly take the keys from the bedside drawer and stand. That's why I'm here. I thought the codes might be in your desk drawer, but I needed the key. Although you're doing your best to maintain your tone and demeanor, on the inside, your heart is racing as we scream internally. And consider the possibility of being given a court-martial here and now. Sounds important. What? That's a response, what? Well, yes, ma'am. I'd say we all consider it pretty crucial right now. Is she still drunk? The captain continues to gaze at you as you stand at attention at the dark. Stand at attention in the darkness. After a moment, in which you think she may have fallen back to sleep, she rolls onto her back and brings her hand to her forehead. The printout with the latest access codes. It's in the second drawer. She is still drunk. You breathe a sigh of relief as the captain rolls to face away from you. Just don't read the report, ma'am. You wait for a few moments, but eventually a gentle snore emerges from the crumpled heap that is Captain Bartimeus, and you relax. We're reading that report. Second drawer, read the report. Thanks, Captain. You got the captain's key ring. She probably won't even remember this. Item. Key ring. On... Oh. Did I skip a step? Wait, she's kind of awake now. There's no point right now, I'll just leave her alone. Alright, fair enough. Alright, let's see, the second one. You spend a few moments working your way through this selection of keys. As I take a sip of tea. The selection of keys that hang from the ring on the end of the captain's lanyard. You're able to discount a few based on their unusual shapes, but find the right one is still a bit tricky task in the dark. Eventually, you find one that slides easily into the lock and turns the mechanism, which lets out a surprisingly hefty clunk. The captain said the codes were in the second drawer, so you open that drawer first and purposefully leaf through the collections of papers, reports, and files that it contains. Crew manifest security updates. Aha! Where's the report we're supposed to read? You see the Telltale tractor feed of Telltale tractor feed edges. What? Oh! Because is it like a dot matrix printer paper? And that's what I guess maybe they call the dots that you tear off the side. I can't remember those names. It's been so long since I had a dot matrix printer. That you've seen Cassie produce updates and reports for the captain on sticking out from underneath a manila folder. As you lift the paper out of the drawer, the folder on top begins to spill its contents. You quickly grab it to stop everything from falling out, and as you do, you can't help but read its title. JCF Naval Investigatory Commission Findings Incident 00784-2109-0209. Subject, Rear Admiral M. Bartimuse. Rear Admiral? She got demoted. Well, I can see why she got demoted. I mean, I'm not surprised that she got demoted. With what you believe to be the printout that would contain the codes in one hand and this report in the other, you look back towards the captain's bedroom as you remember her instructions. Read the report. You hesitate for a moment, rereading the title. Rear Admiral. Yeah, it's totally understandable that she got demoted. Read the report. We heard the skipper. She said these words. She didn't not say read the report. She literally said the words, read the report. So we would be disobeying her instructions if we didn't read the report. You stare at the cover of the report a few moments before looking back to the printout, then to the skipper's bedroom. Placing the printout back in the drawer, you open the folder and begin to leaf your way through its contents. You skim the first few pages, which outline the investigation's intention to assess the actions taken by Rear Admiral M. Bartimuse in the Battle of Lunar Orbit. Was she the Calic's captain? Following on from that are a series of diagrams and charts that you recognize to be the ship movements sorted by time, followed by annotated or captioned stills from taking ship or armored frame-based recording devices. As you work your way through them, you see what they're being used. What they're being used to illustrate. A squadron of JCF ships pulls away from the main fleet and is eventually intercepted and then decimated by the enemy. The final photographs show the few remaining ships returning to the fleet in a state of disarray, with all of them suffering extensive damage. You were a good boy and put it back. So you disobeyed her orders, man. She said read the briefing, whatever it was. Yeah, she fucked up and got everyone killed. As you move past the pictures and diagrams, you flick through the pages that outline a breakdown of the losses. Ships, armored frames, pages, and pages of crew member names. Eventually, you get to the last few pages of the report, where you skim through the conclusion. This Inquisition finds that by leaving the defensive position for an unsanctioned offensive, thereby opening a point of access through the E-field, Rear Admiral Maris Bartimuse, significant loss to armored frame groups. E-field? Is that why there was the enemy carriers that surprise attacked us? This is Calic 6. They cut off the flight path. There's more. There's a whole squadron of carriers coming in from E-field. Calic 1. Yep. Bartimuse fucked us up. They're going to cut you off from the fleet. They... Excuse me. Hello. Calic 6. Respond, Calic 6. What's going on? How many carriers are coming in from E-field? I was actually suspicious that the commander was Captain Bartimuse, but I guess not. Excuse me. You stop and lay the report on the captain's desk, staring at it, rereading the conclusion again and again. Adversely impacted flights included Thebe Flight, Carme Flight, Carpo flight. Like flight. Ellipses. Additional ellipses. Extended ellipses. You close the report and place it back into the drawer. Almost mechanically, you reach for the printout you've been handling a few moments before and methodically scan through it until you see what you are after. Pound sign, pound sign, pound sign. Classified core system access codes. Pound sign, pound sign, pound sign. Pound sign, pound sign, pound sign. Generation date 20/04/0214. Pound sign, pound sign, pound sign. Pound sign, pound sign, pound sign. For captain and second only. Pound sign, pound sign, pound sign. You slowly rip the relevant page from the rest of the documents at its perforated edges, then fold it up and slide it into your pocket. After this, you methodically place the rest of the paper back into the drawer which you slide closed. You got the access codes. Yay! With the codes in your possession, you calmly make your way back towards the corridor outside the skipper's quarters where you left the PST. Did we leave it on? Its battery's probably dead. Burst the door and you absentmindedly take hold of the radio and push down the transmission button. Okay, Chief. Lieutenant Lord, I've got the codes. Fission mailed. You release the push to talk button and wait. You give it a moment, but instead of more instructions from the Chief or some kind of backhanded congratulations from Lieutenant Lord, all you hear is a powerful hiss of static. Yeah, they really like pounding. Chief? Something happened? You try again. Lieutenant Lord. Still nada. Anyone, come on. Shouldn't Dalton have a radio as well? You give the radio a shake and spend a few minutes adjusting the frequency dials, but you still don't hear anything from anyone, just the hiss of static. For a moment, you feel like throwing the radio down the corridor, but instead you slump against the nearest wall and hold your head in one hand. Are we having a moment? Slouching against the wall in the low light for a moment longer, you sigh loudly before turning and kneeling down by the PST, which you begin to pack back up. We did leave it running like a caveman. You've got the codes. You just can't get them to the Chief over the radio. Next best thing, but yeah, Chief is muscled enough that she'd just be able to break open the door of the computer core, wouldn't she? She doesn't need the PST to get in there. The next best thing is to get them to her in person. Yeah, don't break the radio. It's ours. It was a gift. You clip the latches on the PST closed and pick it up as you stand, turning to make your way through the darkness towards the four-side thoroughfare. Anyone here? No one here. Move to four-side thoroughfare. What about the mess hall? I'm hungry. I want a snack. Move to mess hall. Yeah, I want a snack. Once I get the codes to the Chief and the engineering, we can get everything back up and running. Until then, anything else can wait. But I want to go get a snack. I opened the door. I want a snack. Yeah, move to the mess hall. There's nothing I need there except for my snacks. I should get to engineering. What about fire control? Yeah, move to fire control. There's no time for that right now. All I need to do is get this to the Chief in engineering, and then I get Cassie to sickbay. I want to go to the hangar. Yes. Open! I can't waste time opening these doors. I need to get the codes to the Chief in engineering. Wait. We can open doors. Nothing I need. Damn it. I've been snap-gated. Yeah. Seriously, this is tyranny. Central hub. To sickbay? Yeah. Oh, okay. Aft thoroughfare. To armory. You swipe your key card through the card reader, set into the terminal by the armory's door, and there's absolutely no response because there is no power, as we well know. Looking at the terminal, you can see there's no indication it's working at all. Figures that with everything. Yeah. Yeah. We already knew this. I guess it's doing this because I didn't see it earlier. Hopefully I don't need to blow any doors open to do that, because there's no way I'm getting in here. Except for the PST we're carrying. Yes, move to armory. God damn it. Fine, use the door. Move to engineering. Yes. Outside of the huge blast door that separates the aft thoroughfare From the engineering department, you begin the increasingly familiar process of unpacking the PST, because we've used on every door so far. Because I want my snacks! We've been negatively influenced by our girlfriend, the snacker-in-chief. Alright, I set up the PST. Hello? Oh, whoops. PST. First, withdrawing the cable and plugging into the terminal near the door, you boot up the device and begin cycling through the options. Okay, and then, with my keycard. With the device set up, you hit the enter key and unlock the option, turning your attention towards the partition that stands between you and the engineering department. Unlike the other doors, the PST's battery has been used to open. This blast door is inches thick and comprised almost entirely of solid steel. This jump scared me. You watch tentatively as low grinding sounds emanate from the ceiling for about 10 seconds before the door begins to move. Jesus Christ, what noise. We could totally walk to the mess hall and get a snack in this time. Like the others, the opening process is agonizingly slow. In the darkness of the thoroughfare, time seems to lose all meaning as you watch the door almost imperceptibly work its way upwards. After a few minutes, the barely noticeable progress comes to a halt, and the low grinding sound stops, with the blast door giving you just over a foot of clearance between it and the floor. Turning your attention back towards the PST, you see a graphic of an empty battery. Oh. It's not my fault. I just wanted a snack. I did mean to use the entire battery to get into the mess hall and open every other door looking for stuff to take, but it's not my fault. Oh no, how could this have happened to me? Oh, that's what we look like. Knowing that the blast door is being kept open by the device's dwindling battery power, you drop to the floor and, grabbing the PST, begin to crawl forward into engineering. Action music as we crawl under a door. This is pretty mundane. Actually, I kind of have experienced this in real life, but it's not anything like this. I once accidentally locked myself inside of a chicken coop that was connected by like a chicken wired tunnel connecting different runs. So I had to crawl through chicken shit in the chicken coop tunnel to get to the other chicken run where I could reach through the chicken wire and open the chicken door to escape. Anyways, I washed my clothes that night. There's just enough clearance for you to worm your way underneath, but the smooth panel floor turning to grating makes it an uncomfortable experience. That's why we should have gotten a snack to give us motivation to get through. What? By the time you make it halfway through, with your feet still sticking out in the aft thoroughfare, the grinding noise that had stopped with the door starts back up again. No, 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 no. What? You shove the PST ahead of you through the small gap, being mindful not to yank out the cable plugged into the underside of the terminal. Ignoring the grating now, you quickly skirm the rest of the way until you're clear of the door. Yeah, elbow deep in bird shit. Unironically, yes. Then, rolling onto your back, you grab the PSC's cable and give it a swift tug, pulling it out of the terminal on the other side, and back to you just before the blast door drops shut. Yay! We had an Indiana Jones moment. Yay! That was way too close. So why weren't they talking on the radio, though? Or being jammed again? You stand up, then quickly pick up the PST, which still has the low battery warning blinking on its screen. Chief! Mom! Mom! Your call is met with the oppressive silence that somehow seems worse in the vast space of engineering department. Ellipses. Ma! It's me, Lieutenant Quattro. I've got the PST. Ma! Ma! Making your way past various systems, terminals, stations, and machinery, you continue to call out to the muscle mommy, but there's no response. Where the hell could she be? As you continue your way deeper into engineering, you grab the radio. Chief! Ellipses, ellipses. Just like last time you tried, no one answers, and all you hear is static. Chief! Does it say high clarity instead of hi-fi? Instead of like high fidelity, which was a thing the audio used to say? You dart down different catwalks, trying to find the chief, your mind still racing as to where she could be. Did we try the computer core door? She's probably trying to find a way to open it. Chief! We need our designated adult. The only functioning adult in the room. It appears to be some kind of EMP weapon. Yeah, seriously. With the low battery warning illuminating your face. Well, if it was an EMP weapon, none of the electronics would be working right now, like the radios, huh? So maybe it wasn't EMP, it was just a electronic warfare where they hacked the ship or something? Increasingly small intervals with its constant flashing. You stop. Looking down at the PSD screen, you make a decision. Well, I've done everything else myself. Turning back from the main section of engineering, you make a beeline over to the room that holds the central computer, your footsteps on the grating echoing throughout the silence. I may as well finish things. As you begin to run, the PSD starts to beep. Why did we leave it running? Why didn't we turn it off to save battery? And the battery symbol flashes even more rapidly. If you're running out of battery, then don't use what you've got left flashing and beeping. Running at full pelt. Full pelt? Full pelt? I've never heard that. Has anyone ever heard the phrase full pelt? Do they mean full tilt? full pelt. Is that because this game was made in Canada? And is that like a... Did they say full pelt up there because they used to be trappers and get animal pelts? Where else would full pelt come from? Anyways, full tilt now towards the central computer. You reach it just as the PC's whole screen begins to blink, cycling in between showing the warning and nothing at all. That's not how batteries work. It's either on or it's off, man. Once you arrive at the doorway that leads to the... Wait, unironically they say full pelt? It's British. Also, hey, Shadow. I have never heard full pelt before. That is weird. Once you arrive at the doorway that leads to the central computer, you know what you've got to do. Go back to the mess hall for snacks. Item. PST. Wasting no time except for reading this text. You withdraw the cable and hurriedly plug it into the terminal with one hand while scrolling through the options with the other. Come on, hang in there. Come on, almost there. We need Cassie's card. And now, there. As soon as the door begins to open, you jump to it and start pushing it in order to force it open. Once you've made the gap large enough, you slip through at the exact same moment. You hear the PST power down, and the door slides back shut. It takes a moment where your eyes adjust to the... We probably could have just hooked up the PST to the power distribution unit to recharge it. Because it would have capacitors and batteries inside the distribution unit to hold a charge. And we could just use that charge to recharge the PST. But we would have needed the chief to tell us that because she's the only functioning adult on the ship. It takes a moment, but your eyes adjust to the darkness of the room. Looking around, you see that it's a little bigger than a cleaning cupboard or a crew member's shower cubicle. Masses of thick cabling run from the ceiling and floor along the walls towards the end of the room opposite the doorway. On the far side is a huge screen with a keyboard positioned below it at about waist height. Stepping towards the interface, you run your hand over the keys. The computer shows no life even after you begin to push random buttons. Simply mashing the keyboard doesn't produce any response. So instead you begin to feel your way over its casing in the darkness, trying to find what might be a power button. Eventually, you find a rocker switch set in the sides of the device. You flick it to the alternate position once, but nothing happens. Really? All that's... Whoops. One second. There we go. So, radio equipment survives an EMP. Interesting. You flick it to the alternate position once, but nothing happens. Or I guess that would be like analog radio equipment, not digital radio equipment that survives an EMP. That would make sense. With no other options, you flick it back to the... Maybe that's why, like I was saying earlier, how, like, fighter pilot radios are always so garbled and hard to understand. Maybe that's why, because you're using hardened systems. That's just speculation, I don't know. Flick back to the position it was in. This time, the screen illuminates and you hear electronics come to life. Have you tried turning it on and back off? Or off and back on? As a hard drive somewhere beyond the screen begins to whir loudly, the screen transitions from its boot screen to a password input screen. After everything you've been through, you're now one input away from getting the ship back online. Finally! Ship codes. And enter. Simple ones not based on microprocessors. Okay. With a final flourish, you strike the return key. An immense feeling of satisfaction fills as you watch the computer work its way through the startup process. Names of systems show up and are followed by their status changing from offline to active. A faint draft runs down your neck, which you take to mean life support and ventilation is back online. Alright, hold on, Cassie, I'm... Oh, we're being electronic warfared again? Womp womp. No, come on! You're hit with a gut punch of panic as the visuals on the screen begin to warp. Fragments of text scatter and lines of code split and distort, whilst a strange noise squeals from the machinery. Don't do this! Unsure of what's going on, but beginning to think that it's your fault, you look over the keyboard again, repeatedly striking any key that seems like it may stop this process. End, escape, pause, pause, pause! But why do we do that? Just let it do its thing. It's trying its best. Come on! Oh, 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 oh. What is going on? Oh, they're stealing ship information. That's what's going on. We're being hacked. Additional information. State Ward, Europa Orphan, CO7, directed towards Academy Post, Care, top marks, highly capable but erratic, dismissed from JFS Reliant due to significant failing and security processes. Uh-oh. Failure at, demoted, specialist, daughter of, additional. I wonder if we can see the other stuff, this other stuff. What is going on? I saw they popped up for a moment, but then they all went away. As suddenly as it started, the computer's erratic activity ceases, with the only document left on the screen. Well, it's not the only document. Cassie's personnel file. Cassie's file. Because we're being electronic warfared, and we turned it back on, the computer system. So now they've backdoored our ship. So we made the situation worse, kind of. Any other interesting rank here? Or information here? Doesn't look like it. You pause, unsure whether you should do anything or leave it as it is. You can tell from the ambient noise that has returned that the ship is back online, but why would the computer freak out like this? Why would it pull up Cassie's file? Oh! Is Cassie like a... What do you call it in anime? An Esper, a psychic or something? Because she had that freak out earlier. It went comatose. Maybe she's like mind linking with the computer system? Maybe? That'd be anime. Well, no! We wanted to read the other files. We wanted to read sensitive information. Yay, it's back! Ellipses. Ellipses question mark? Doing your best to understand what you just saw, you tentatively reach a hand out towards the keyboard. You're still unsure of what you could do to find out what just happened, but can't help but feel whatever it was wasn't right. Quattro, I need you up on the bridge right now. Oh my god. Ah, look at her. Look at that little bitch. Look at that dude. Look at fucking Lieutenant Lord here. She is looking rough. Look at her little angy face. She's so angy. You withdraw your hand instead grabbing the radio to answer Lieutenant Lord. Lieutenant Lorde. Alright, I'm on my way back now. How's Lieutenant Quinn doing? There's no time for her. Get up here now. You curse under your breath as you turn to leave the room. You've learned now that if Lieutenant Lord doesn't intend to be helpful, she won't be. That's rude. She's trying her best. Her best isn't very good, but she's trying, okay? I can fix her. I can fix Vanessa. Rather than an attempt to argue, you make your way through the ship back towards the bridge. They missed a comma there. Anyone? Anyone here? Hello? As elevator doors hiss open, you enter the bridge. I thought for a second I saw an explosion. You see Lieutenant Lord, frenziedly. I don't think that's a word. Frenziedly? Enfrenzied, flicking switches and turning dials on an instrument panel, stopping every so often to type commands into her station. It's great. This is great. I love this game. It's so goofy, but I love it. Cassie, meanwhile, remains unconscious on the bridge floor. I am the here, Lieutenant. What else is wrong? You hurry over to Cassie, kneel down, sliding your hands into her back and legs in preparation to pick her up and take her to the newly accessible sickbay. It's the O'Brien. With a single movement, you stand and bring Cassandra up from the floor. What about it? It's gone. So, Vanessa, my lieutenant in Christ, we're in this container called space, and space is big, like big, not like big like the ship big, but big like a million ships big. And when you're in a space like that, you have to have like engines that go really fast. And when you have engines that go really fast and your ship is just big, not big like space big, you disappear really fast. Anyways. Sorry for mansplaining that to you, Lieutenant Lord. April 23rd, Planetary Calendar 214. Despite the successful reactivation of the JFS Gundog Central Computer by Lieutenant Quattro, the JFS O'Brien could not be contacted, and was no longer coming up on sensors because they used this invention called engines, and... Wait. I was about to say fly away, but you don't fly in space. You... propel? They propelled away? Because they're not flying. I mean, well, that depends on how you define flying. Would, like, on Earth, we would define flying as using air resistance to achieve lift against gravity, right? And arguably, you could say you're flying around the sun because you are using your propulsion to defeat the gravity of the sun. But you're not using air resistance like we do on Earth to fly. So you wouldn't really say they flew away in space, would you? Logically? But there's not really a better word for it. Or the sensors are down. Yeah, or the sensors are just down. Anyways. After taking Lieutenant Commander Quinn to the sickbay, Lieutenant Quattro, alongside Cadet Grange, our Space Cadet, excuse you, Space Cadet Grange, are tasked with sweeping the ship for faults or damage, whilst Lieutenant Lord sets Chief Cathays to work helping her locate the other ship. Where was Chief at during all this? She kind of roached out on us. The JFS, O'Brien, is eventually located just as Captain Barnamu's calls an emergency meeting. Is Is that the emergency meeting of she finally woke up from her drunken stupor days later? Outer Jovian space, the bridge of the Jovian patrol ship JFS Gundog. I am going to pause there for just a moment because I need to run to the bathroom real fast. So give me just 1 minute, guys. I will be right back. I'm going to put on some background music for you guys. Alright, be right back soon. The romance ace was when we encountered the captain in her stateroom, and we tenderly woke her up from her drunken stupor, and she grabbed her hand. It was so romantic. I grabbed a Klondike bar because I feel like having a tummy ache tomorrow. Ah. I got my third set of Invisalign braces in last week. Because third time's the charm to fix my damn teeth, my fangs. But it's been almost an entire year since I started Invisalign. I'm so over it. What if the romance Grattan was the characters we met along the way? I can fix Lord, we can romance her. I can fix it. Is it commitment, or is it just I paid thousands of dollars, so I'm stuck with it? Like they said, Invisalign was going to be cheap and easy and fast. I'm like, oh, yeah, that sounds good. It's better than braces I had back in like the 2000s. But A year later, here I am. At least I haven't had to pay for it since it started. I think they've just been spotting the other two tries since the first one failed. You can have a bromance with a cruise. Sorry, I don't do short kings. Not my type. Also, he's a dipshit and a reject. The only thing better than a Klondike bar is the kind that have like that extra crunchy skin on it. The crunch bar skin, whatever it's called. Sorry guys, this is the traditional part of the VTuber experience. We get to watch your VTuber eat. It's high quality stuff. We can bond over PTSD. I'd rather talk to a chaplain, honestly. I'd rather talk to our girlfriend about our PTSD. I'd rather talk to the captain. Actually, talking to the captain would be pretty good, because she was there too. This game is really good. Like, I give the writing a hard time sometimes, I feel like. Because it's like... I'm guessing it was... Because it was made in Canada. And Canada's game devs are usually French-Canadian. So I'm guessing its native language of the devs are French. But then with British influences because Canada. So... There's a lot of stuff I teased while reading through this visual novel. Because it's weird to me as an American who also writes a lot of sci-fi and reads a lot of sci-fi and stuff, especially military sci-fi. But this is a really good story and a good game so far. Everyone besides Haru was at the final offensive. I guess Haru just wasn't old enough to or be recruited yet, or something. Well, Dalton, or Space Cadet, is too young. He probably wasn't there. I feel like Klondike bars start off as the best thing in the world, and by the time you get to the end, it's no longer the best thing in the world because it's all soft and sad. That was a good Klondike bar. Okay. Shit, now I actually need to brush my teeth. Because I have to brush my teeth after eating before putting my Invisalign braces back in. So give me another minute, guys. Hey! Hey! Don't talk about Amuro Ray this way. He doesn't rate being called Haru, the Rizless Wonder. At least Amuro Ray has some Riz on him. Okay. Fangs are brushed. Fangs are braced. We are now ready to resume. Thank you for bearing with me as I have an unscheduled snack. I earned a snack after saving the gun dog. That was my reward because the game didn't let me go in the mess hall to use the vending machines. I was getting snacky. You didn't think you'd get me up with that? Hey, look. Amuro Ray, he doesn't have a lot of Riz, but he has some Riz. Like, even at Amuro Ray's worst, in episode 1 of Gundam Mobile Suit, the original series, when he's just an autist in his boxers and a wife beater, working on some whatever soldering project of his with electronics, he still has, like, his old nag girlfriend bugging him. So he's not Rizless. Even at his worst, he has some Riz. So does that make Haru the Camille of this group? No. Because, look, so the big difference between Camille and Ray is that Ray is a functional autist, whereas Camille is a violent autist. Like, unironically. Like, episode 1 of Mobile Suit Gundam is just Camille Biden, whatever. Bidet. Camille Bidet plays GTA in real life. He gets arrested for punching out a military officer. He escapes from the police station. He hijacks a cop cruiser. Then he hijacks a truck to drive back to the police station, where he hijacks a mobile suit, a prototype Gundam. And then he escapes in a dogfight with terrorists. That's the level of violent autism that Camille Bidet is at. So I don't think Haru rates that good. If you put Haru in that situation, I think she just fold. I don't think she would function, man. I don't think Haru has it in her. I don't think the Wizard's Wonder could pull that. I think Haru is... Do you remember in Mobile Suit Gundam, the I don't remember his name, the short guy, the Krillin of the group? Haru is the Krillin of the group. Are they not neurodivergent? I thought that's literally what new types were. Like, unironically. Yeah, that's just new types, man. And I mean, that's just Ray and Camille's character types. They're, especially Camille, that dude is violent. Like, I remember I was expecting the first episode of Mobile Suit Zeta to be just cool. Like an 80s version of Gundam. So I expected it to be cool. I didn't expect the main character to just, like, be playing GTA in real life. That was wild. And then, oh my god, so I actually finally got around to finishing up the last arc of Mobile Suit Zeta a month or two ago. And my friends were saying, like, okay, you don't have to, like, watch all of it now, but you need to at least watch the first couple episodes of Double Zeta before stopping and taking a break. Just to get the whiplash. And I won't spoil anything in case you haven't seen Mobile Suit Zeta, but the ending is wild. Like, it's out there. And then you get to Double Zeta, which is a direct sequel, a direct follow-up that continues, like, the minute after Zeta ends, Double Zeta starts. And then it goes from dead serious, hyper serious war drama, everything. And then Double Zeta is just, like, literally Looney Tunes. It's like some kind of pressure relief valve they had to hit because Zeta just got so out there. But it's so great, too. I got, like, 6 episodes into Double Zeta before I had to stop it because I just didn't want to get into another show at the moment. But I'm gonna get back to it. I'm gonna get back to the Gundam Looney Tunes. It's wild. Judah? Was that the short guy's name? I know he also showed up in Zeta. He had, like, black hair or something. Anyways. Enough rambling about Gundam protagonists and new types. As you, the mommy, and Lieutenant Laud stand at attention, waiting for the captain, the skipper herself, to begin the meeting, the sound of an approaching elevator is the only noise that can be heard in the tense silence of the bridge. Ensign Hansen Cruz, the 4-foot wonder, entering the bridge and reporting as ordered. Your favorite Gundam is isn't G Gundam the one where they have like different gimmick comic like battles between random? There's like a sombrero Gundam or something. That's on my list to watch too. I just haven't gotten around to it because it's not like part of the story or anything. It's just like a funny cartoon version of Gundam. This might be a controversial take. I might lose some followers for saying this, but I have a nuclear take about Gundam. I don't know if you guys are ready for this, but the best Gundam series, the objectively best Gundam anime ever is Birdie Wing. The Birdie Wing, the golf anime made by the people who made Gundam. That's literally just Gundam, but golfing. Birdie Wing is amazing. Judah. Oh yeah, no, it's Judo. It's like Judeau or something like that is his name. Yeah, Birdie Wing. It's a golf anime. It's a golf sports anime made by the Gundam studio. It's great. It's the best Gundam ever. Where do you start watching Gundam? You love jets, mecha, and just basically cooler mechas. But yeah, I actually know exactly how you feel, Shadow, because I actively avoided Gundam for the longest time, just because it's such a monolith, because there's so many series and so many different continuities. I would say you could start with just the original Mobile Suit Gundam from like the 70s or whenever it was, and you'd be okay with that. It stood up fairly well, although it's very old. I think a lot of people consider Mobile Suit Zeta to be peak Gundam, but I don't know if I would recommend it as the first series. Yeah, the original Gundam is really good. It's just old. And there's a few things that every now and then it'll raise your eyebrows in there, but it's good. It also it gets better in the last third until they run out of budget in the last few episodes, and then everything just kind of wraps up suddenly because they ran out of money. I honestly think what was it? 7th MS team, 8th MS team, I forget the name. Some number MS team, which takes place during the original Mobile Suit time, but it's like a containerized story that's basically Mobile Suit Gundam, but Vietnam, kind of. 8th MS team, that's right, yes. 8th MS team, I think, is unironically a good starting point for getting into Gundam, because it's directly tied to everything in the big timeline, but it's containerized extremely well. So it has its own cast of characters that doesn't interact or overlap with anything else. And it contributes to the story while telling its own thing. It's like a little side story in the overarching war. Was it the 1 Year War or whatever it's called? The original war? But yeah, I would say 8th MS team would be my recommendation for your first Gundam anime to get into. And then if you like that, I would say go with the original Mobile Suit Gundam. The original one, just to get that under your belt. And it's very long. There's a lot of series in the Gundam show, and they all have 1 million episodes to them. So yeah, I would say start with 8th MS, then go on to the original Mobile Suit, just go down the timeline from there. With every now and then, if you want to break from the main story, go off on one of the spin-offs. 000, man. Yeah, 1 Year War is what's called. I have opinions on 00. I thought 00 was really good until the second Gundam team show up. Like, until that episode, I thought it was great. And then everything after that is complete dog-ass doo-doo for me. Until the movie, after the 2 seasons of 00. The movie is weirdly fantastic. I feel like I'm the inverse of a lot of people when it comes to 00. Where they like it until the movie, and then the movie loses them. But the movie just has such wild and crazy shit going on. I was hooked all the way through. Like, crazy dog fights, you got people dying. There's new stuff happening. It's great. 0080? I don't know. I don't remember. 00 was the, it's not the main Universal Century timeline. It's the, that I'm thinking of. It's an alternate timeline where it's been too long since I saw it. I can't remember it. It's its own canon. It's separate from the main Universal Century. My understanding with the new Gundam Wing, I remember watching Gundam Wing in the 90s. And I liked it then, but I've been scared to watch it again recently. Now that I've actually gotten into Gundam. Because I'm worried it won't hold up. Because I have good memories of watching it. But all my memories tell me that I wasn't aware I was just watching an excuse for pretty boys. And that Gundam Wing was low-key a show for girls in disguise. So, I'm not sure if it'll hold up for me. I will say the soundtrack for Gundam Wing is banger. I recently rediscovered that. There's no reason for Gundam Wing's soundtrack to be that good. Oh, 0080. I haven't seen that one. I've actually watched through the Universal Century series in the wrong order. So, I started with Mobile Suit Gundam, the original series. Then I watched Char's Counterattack. I jumped from beginning to end. Then I watched Unicorn, which is an unnecessary follow-up after the story ended that adds nothing and contributes nothing. Then I went back to Zeta. No. I watched 8th MS Team after Mobile Suit Gundam. Then I went to Char's Counterattack. Then I watched Unicorn. And then I watched Zeta. And now I've kind of started Double Zeta, but I'm taking a break before I get into another show. Yeah, Gundam Wing was the shit back in the 90s, man. Iron-Blooded Orphans. I watched an episode or two of it when it was originally airing, but I haven't watched it all the way through, because I wasn't into Gundam at the time back then. It's on my list of side series in the Gundam universe to check out. It's on my list to check out the new Gundam show. Gundam Cucker, or whatever it's called. They have a really stupid name. It's like GQ, bunch of U's, X. I just call it Gundam Cucks, because it's stupid. But my understanding is that it's a alternate version of the Universal Century, where Zeon stole the Gundam or something like that. So they're trying to remake the Universal Century, which I'm categorically opposed to. I think that's a horrible idea. I have a Chuba Mutual, an Oomphy, who watched its release in theater a couple weeks ago, and he said it was great. But I have a lot of worries about Gundam Cucks. I don't know what to think about it. So it's on my list to check out. I don't know when I'll get around to it, though. The new one. I have heard about Iron-Blooded Orphans. That's pretty good, though. What was I doing? Oh, dumbass hero arrived on the bridge. Ensign Hansen Cruz entering the bridge and reporting as ordered. Hansen states, performing a lazy salute as he steps out of the elevator and onto the bridge. You shift slightly as you watch him enter. You knew you were waiting for someone, but why Handsome? Hansen. He pauses for a moment and you see him take stock of everyone present. Your shoulders tense up and you inadvertently clench your jaw as he heads straight towards you. As the last moment, he steps to your side and takes a place in the lineup next to you without so much as a sideways glance. It was called Seed. Oh, God. I've heard extremely mixed things about Seed. Like, everything I've heard is at the extremes. They either really love it or they really hate it. Which has put me off of even approaching Gundam Seed yet. Like, Seed is probably going to be the last Gundam series I ever watch. Because of that. It looks like Gundam Seed is for, like, their attempt to rebrand Gundam for edgy boys or something like that. I don't know. It's odd. You remain on edge, but your attention is quickly taken by the captain as she finishes her reviewing the readouts from the control panel on her chair and stands up, missing a comma there. At ease. The four of you relax slightly, although with the exception of Hansen, y'all maintain a formal stance. Now that we're all assembled, we can begin. First of all, well done to all of you for your actions whilst I was... Cruz didn't do anything. Where the fuck was Cruz? Indisposed. For a brief moment, the captain's eyes meet yours, and you do your best not to react. Aside from the doctor, you are confident that you are the only person on board who knew the nature of the captain's indisposition. Despite your best efforts, you scowl slightly. You hadn't had much time to think about anything beyond the situation at hand, but the information in the report you'd read had begun to creep into your thoughts. Oh, God. Was reading the report a bad move? Because I didn't take into consideration that our character here has anger issues. So that might railroad us into hating the captain. That might have been a rookie mistake. You knew that now wasn't the time to bring it up, but eventually you need to deal with this information in one way or another. Closing your eyes and exhaling, you try to return your face to its neutral countenance and hope that the captain didn't notice that flicker of emotion. As you push your thoughts regarding the report to one side, you instead find yourself wondering if the captain is currently in a fit state to be organizing a mission. No! I know what's happening. Because of our Angie issues and our PTSD and we're an emotional man-child, we're gonna start second-guessing our commanding officer like a rookie. Like an absolute rookie, like a early Amuro Ray or an early Camille Biden. Biden? Bidet? I don't remember what his name was. Your cooperation, ingenuity, and composure under pressure have been noted, and I will be recommending formal words be applied to your records. But why Cruz? Cruz didn't do anything. It seemed like Cruz just roached out and hid somewhere. Out of the corner of your eye, you notice Vanessa nod in agreement, but the rest of you remain still. Now, on to the matter at hand. As of 11:47, Jovian Standard Time, a signal of unknown origin was received, which shut down not just the Gundog central computer, but also all of its emergency backup systems as well. With the Commander Quinn unexpectedly taken ill, Lieutenant Lord took command, and Lieutenant Quattro was able to carry out her plan to access the hangar via the external airlock. Aw, come on, Lord! That wasn't your plan, Lord! You bitch! It's fine, I can still fix her. I can fix her. You'd been too busy carrying out an assessment of the ship's systems alongside Dalton to submit an incident report, and you knew that the chief had been tasked by Vanessa with locating the unresponsive O'Brien. Sorry, O'Brien. Look, if they wanted me to say O'Brien, they would have put a Y in there. Instead of IE. It's the O'Brien. Or if we want to be particular, it's the O'Brien. You bite your tongue and glance back to Vanessa, who nods again, the corners of her mouth curling upwards. The captain was clearly working from a biased interpretation of the events. You bitch. From there, Lieutenant Quattro was able to obtain a portable sub-terminal and the codes for the reactivation of the central computer. The process he carried out successfully at 1327? Wait, hold up. Hold the fuck up. This is the fuck up, now hold it. 1147. Oh, okay. I thought we were going back in time. I thought this was 1447. No, it's 1147. I thought we entered a time warp or Jovian time counted backwards or something. Although the gun dog is now operational, we have not been able to make contact with the O'Brien. The O'Brien. We can only assume that whatever interfered with the gun dog systems had the same impact on the O'Brien. Unfortunately, it would appear their crew have not been able to reactivate its systems, as we have received no communications from them whatsoever. Chief Cathays, do we have an update on the O'Brien? The group turns to look at the muscle mommy as she steps forward, and do realize that this is the first time you've seen her outside of engineering or the hangar. Although she stands as tall as ever, there's something about her presence that feels diminished. It's after Miles from Star Trek, yeah. Chief Miles. What was his first name? It was some Patty name. I forget his name. Miles O'Brien. That was it. Aye, aye, ma'am. We've not had any response from the O'Brien's transponder, and the normal sensors haven't been able to pick up any of the usual activity from a ship. However, You hear Vanessa tut, and the chief pauses briefly before continuing. That is, Lieutenant Laud and I realized that by using the infrared targeting sensors and fire control, we could pick up the O'Brien itself as if it were debris. You've located at 43 degrees off the starboard bow, at a distance of roughly 300 kilometers. Resolution gets a bit scrappy at that range, but we're not seeing any external signs of activity. Bisher. Wait, 300 kilometers isn't that far. I mean, I guess it makes sense because we're using cathode ray tube shit. But this is like 80s sci-fi in here. But 300 kilometers is not far at all. That's pretty close, actually. That's like, I think 300 kilometers relative to the surface of the Earth is still within atmosphere, technically. Hold on, I have a diagram. Where's my diagram? Because I had it as a reference for some of my sci-fi writing at one point. This folder into that folder into references, atmosphere layers, thermosphere. Where is it? Okay, yeah. Altitude in kilometers. Yeah, 300 is the thermosphere. The lower third of the thermosphere before you get to the exosphere. So 300 kilometers is around the altitude that satellites are in orbit at, which is really damn close relative to space distances. So the O'Brien is damn close, and she's saying that our sensors must be hot dog ass if they can't resolve that image. Anyways. I see, she said, having the same thoughts as I that that's extremely close. Lieutenant Loud, how long until we can dock with them to provide assistance? I think the chief is best equipped to handle that question, ma'am. Ellipses. The chief pauses for a moment. You know the answer to this question, but so should the chief and Vanessa. Yeah, that would also be pretty close for spaceship combat. Yeah. I mean, it's just a suspension of disbelief factor here, because this is like 70s, 80s style sci-fi. And when you're in that period, things are a bit wonky. A little bit wonky. It's fine. It's just funny. Are they about to say that everyone on the O'Brien is dead? As science drags on, you begin to wonder why neither of them are forthcoming. Chief Cathays. The pause only becomes more loaded as the seconds pass. Whilst you have no idea what's happening here, you can feel the tension between the chief and Vanessa build. I don't know about this one. We know the answer. Supposedly, or so I've been told. My best guess on what the answer is that everyone on board the O'Brien is already dead if they haven't been able to get their systems back online. But why wouldn't they want to say that if that is the answer? Is it because they're trying not to make the captain look like an incompetent ass? Which is valid. So answer the question, which may or may not be that, or stay out of it. I'm leaning towards answer the question because I kind of want to find out myself if what I'm thinking is correct. Okay, we're gonna go for it. We're gonna bite. We're gonna pick up what they're putting down. Although you can tell something is going on between the two of them, you know that the crew of the O'Brien must be in a similar situation to the one you just faced, and without immediate assistance, they are at risk of running out of breathable air very soon. Okay, yeah, so it was what I was thinking. Yeah, it's actually that's one of the surprising things about Gundam is that they use a lot of hard sci-fi stuff in it. Even if they take it to like fantasy levels sometimes, especially when they get into the new type hippie drug trips, especially in the original Gundam series. But even in the spin-off series, they usually have like a couple of hard sci-fi stuff sprinkled in. Like I remember in 00, the what was it called? The man-made ring around Earth that they have the orbital elevators go up to. That ring is some kind of microwave solar radiation energy capture device thingy to solve Earth's energy crisis, which is an actual science concept someone cooked up. I can't remember the name of it, but yeah. Although you can tell something... Oh, wait, we read this. Yeah, so it's what I was thinking of, that everyone on the O'Brien is probably dead. You put up with enough from Vanessa for today, and weren't about to let her petty power plays get in the way of helping your comrades. We can't. It's the engines, ma'am. They're still offline. Oh. So it's not what we were thinking. Would have been nice if someone told me it was the engines. I had no idea it was the engines. I thought it was just that everyone on the O'Brien was already dead. Don't you suck your teeth at me. Ma'am! What's that, Lieutenant? Did I answer the question wrong? Whilst Cadet Grange and I were assessing the ship for faults and security issues, we found that the engines had failed to restart. Diagnostics show the forced shutdown and put the nuclear pulse engines offline. They need to be manually reactivated. The captain lets out an exasperated sigh as she hears this information, making no effort to conceal her frustration. And how long until they can be back online? You prepare to answer with what Dalton had told you, but you're cut off by the mommy. It acts as a launch loop. It is an orbital power collection grid, and it is basically just generally an orbital ring. Yeah. Yeah. That sounds right. We're looking at 6 hours, man. We've been preoccupied with finding the O'Brien. I still think I can fix her. But she's starting to piss me off. This bitch. This goddamn bitch over here. She's getting to me, man. So I haven't had the opportunity to begin the startup process to get them running again. The captain follows this information with another sigh. He'd always thought of her as a distant or disinterested, but considered... We're missing some commas here. He'd always thought of her as distant or disinterested, comma. But considering her current state, you had to wonder how much of that was her simply working her way through a hangover. What about the chesty captain? I like her. She's kind of... I don't want to... You just need to hire a maid for house cleaning, and it'll be okay. Maybe don't leave bottles of alcohol unsupervised in the house with her, and it'll be okay. Does the plot hide her from us? The captain? I don't. We start the game with Cassie as our girlfriend as an existing character. Cassie is. We haven't seen Cassie yet. She might be in sickbay. I see. The captain stands silent for a moment, keeping her eyes closed and pinching the bridge of her nose with her thumb and forefinger. Not a clothespin. She needs a hobby. Yeah, she needs a hobby. Exactly. Thank you, Ace. Suddenly, her eyes open and she stands completely upright, assuming a posture you're surprised to see from her, comma, that manages to communicate an air of not just authority, comma, but capability. Cassie Vanilla Whitebread. Hey. Cassie is a trip, but I like her. She's not really my type, but I like her. She's fine. We'll be carrying out a mission as follows. The four of you snap back to attention. Even Hansen seems to take this announcement seriously. As we're not able to reach the O'Brien with the gun dog to provide support, we'll be doing the next best thing. Ensign Cruz and Lieutenant Quattro will head over in an armored frame to provide assistance. You clench your teeth, and your body goes rigid. Not only would this be your second trip into space in the span of a few hours, but you'd be doing it with Hansen for company. Doesn't sound great. Your eyes dart across to Hansen, whose attention remains on the captain. You can't be sure, but you swear you see a flicker of a smile on his face. We'll be working on the assumption that the same issues affecting the Gundog are affecting the O'Brien. So, Lieutenant Quattro will take a portable sub-terminal, locate the captain or second in command, and then utilize their access codes to assist their chief engineer in reactivating the ship. If there are complications, or we're too late, then our second priority will be to obtain the O'Brien's black box. At the very least, we can hopefully gather some information on what's out there that could immediately disable 2 Swift-class ships. Lieutenant Quattro, Ensign Cruz, do you both understand?
Aye, aye, ma'am.
The pair of you salute and in unison respond. Yes, Captain. Yes, Captain. Less enthusiastically. Chief Cathays, I want you to provide a fully recharged portable sub-terminal and guidance on removing a Swift-class's black box. After that, prepare Gundog 1 for launch, and then I want those engines back online. Understood? The Genki girl. Yeah, she's a Genki. That's fair. She's just not my type. I'm airheaded enough on my own. I have a hard enough time managing myself. I can't manage her intrusive thoughts as well. So, the best I can do is sneak her chocolate bars and ask her what's wrong. So, Which, I mean, honestly, that's about as much as she needs these days, because, I mean, last stream we figured out pretty fast that she had some shit going on and no one to talk to about it, so fair enough. Yes, Captain. Lieutenant Loud. You'll be overseeing them. Chief is best girl. Mommy Muscle is best girl. Yes, objectively. Understood. Yes, Captain. Okay, look, there's still room. There's still room for Vanessa to turn things around. We have time to fix her. We can do it. Very good. It's 16:03. This mission commences at 16:30. Dismissed. With this final instruction out of the way, you all salute the captain and then turn to leave. The chief is the first of you to reach the elevators, and she steps into one without waiting for anyone else, pressing the button for her destination and disappearing behind its two doors as they hiss shut. Her destination is the same as everyone else's, because there's only one place this elevator goes to. So, without paying you any attention, Vanessa and Hansen both step onto the remaining elevator, with Vanessa hitting a button as soon as the pair have boarded. Did we start over? No. That's just what happened last stream. As the doors close, you see her turn to Hansen, cross her arms, and begin to speak, but her words are cut off before you can hear them. You remain on the silent bridge with the captain, who you hear return to her chair. Whilst you wait for an elevator to return, you go over what you might need to do in your head. It will be the chief's responsibility to get you a charged portable sub-terminal, and Hansen and Dalton will be responsible for pre-flight checks. Aside from getting a spacesuit from the hangar, you realize you don't really have anything you need to do. But why don't we get our spacesuit from the armory? Because those are better. With less than half an hour to go, you'll be taking off. You don't have much time to do anything either, though. You might have the opportunity to visit a few other crew members to check in on them, you think, but it might be a push to visit everyone. Eventually, the elevator the chief left in returns and the door hisses open. I want to save real quick. What's up with Bartimuse? I might save Scum here just to talk to people. Yes, Lieutenant. Can I help you? You thought you'd known what you wanted to ask the captain, but in the moment, you find the words catch in your throat, and you're suddenly unsure of yourself. You've got a lot of questions and not a lot of time. It doesn't help that some of these questions are more dangerous than others. I have a mission to prepare, and you need to be boarding that armored frame with Ensign Crew soon. If you've got something to say, I suggest you do so quickly. I don't have a lot of time to complete these mission plans, so I can't talk with you for long. Based on the captain's terse response, you decide you should focus on the one thing that's most important to you right now. We're not going to ask why Ensign Cruz was here. That's a stupid question. And we definitely don't want to go with Haru. Look, I would rather go with the 4-foot king than go with the Restless Wonder. Even though she told us to read the report in her desk, she also said don't read it. We just listened to the part where she said read. So we're not going to ask that. About the original mission, that's a non-starter. It's scrubbed, man. About her condition. Should we float that out there and see if we get a personal connection? It's not really the time for it. But we're here. Okay. About your condition. You draw a deep breath and hold onto it for a moment. You're well aware of the risk of what you're about to ask, but you know that you couldn't ignore what you'd seen in the captain's quarters, especially as she was about to send you out on a mission. I was just looking to check with you that, You trail off as you try to find the most diplomatic way to word your concerns. Ellipses. I wanted to make sure that you were... You pause again. All right before I headed off. Ellipses. May I ask why you'd want to inquire about whether I'm, quote, all right, Lieutenant? Your previous conviction about the wisdom of this line of questioning begins to slowly fade under the captain's firm gaze. Well, it's just that after the condition you were in when I was in your quarters, Oh. She big mad. Oh. It's a good thing I saved, huh? She big mad! Holy hell! Look at those eyes! Your stomach sinks like a rock, and you feel a chill move down your back as the captain's gaze strikes you. Your words catch in your throat, and you find yourself stunned by her look. Yeah, I'd be stunned by that look too! Jesus Christ! She looks like she's having an aneurysm or a stroke. Lieutenant Quattro, any condition I may have is thoroughly understood and managed by the ship's doctor, whose responsibility it is to ensure I am fit for duty. As such, it is not the head of security's task to make sure I'm all right. Well, whoops. Is that understood? With no other option available to you but to agree, you silently nod your head before releasing a strangled, aye, aye, ma'am. She got demon eyes. Woman is possessed. Ellipses. Well, thank you for your concern, Lieutenant. But if that's all, then I have a mission plan to complete. Aye, aye, Captain. Very good. Dismissed. I wasn't expecting that. Okay. I'm gonna do a cheeky little safe scum here. I'm not gonna waste my time on that. I was curious, but I'm not gonna do it. To Central Hub. Ah! Jump scared by the bitch. Bitch scared. As the elevator doors open, you're immediately confronted by Vanessa standing in front of you, her arms crossed and her foot tapping impatiently. Well, it took you long enough, Lieutenant Quattro. There's only one elevator going to and from the bridge. Bitch. What, you want me to take the Jeffrey tube down again and pop out the wall? All my goodwill has evaporated with Vanessa. It has dried up. You sidestep her and make your way into the Central Hub. As you do, she turns to follow us like a nag. My apologies, Lieutenant. I didn't realize I was needed so urgently. Well, I wouldn't go that far, Quattro. Your frustration with Vanessa had cooled over the past few hours as you'd spent time with Dalton, our space cadet. He's a good boy. And had been carrying out duties that kept you well away from her. But back in her presence, you remember how tense things had got between you on the bridge and over the radio. Between us on the bridge and us on the radio? Do they mean her on the bridge and us on the radio? Or she was never off the bridge, so it would have always been her on the... Whatever. Never mind. Lieutenant Laud, I've got a mission to be preparing for. Is there anything I can help you with right now? Or can I get going? It's nothing much, Lieutenant. I just wanted to say that you did a good job on getting the gun dog operational again. She's trying to win me back. God damn it. I don't know. Is it working? I think it's working. God damn it, I can fix her. I can still fix her. Something about Vanessa's manner makes you instantly uneasy. Yeah, considering how she'd behaved recently, praise was, Recently, praise was the last thing you'd expected. Thanks! Thanks! Yeah, thanks! I did what I had to do, including calling you a bitch. And for that, you've received a much-deserved commendation on your record. Yay! You roll your eyes and begin to walk away again. What is wrong with me? Nothing. I can fix her. I can fix her, man! Whatever mind games Vanessa was attempting to play. Wait a moment, Lieutenant Quattro. All I want to do is to congratulate you. You deserve it as a member of the crew who's gone above and beyond. She's not wrong. But her presentation is so wrong. She's saying the right words, but in the wrong manner. Was she trained wrong at officer school as a joke? What's this about, Lieutenant? You ask, your patience thinning rapidly. Straight to the task at hand, that's what I like about you, Lieutenant. Don't compliment me. It's dangerous. I might like you. Now a proficient, able crew member like yourself, you know what it means to do your duty. But you've seen how the captain and her second carry out their affairs on this ship. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. This isn't good. She's trying to play politics on a 10-member crew. Oh fuck. This is a horrible idea of hers. There's no one to hide behind. There's nowhere to duck your head on this ship, man. You don't start playing politics. What is wrong with you, Vanessa? What are you getting at? All I want to know, Lieutenant, is whether you think that crew members like yourself, Chief Engineer Cathays and Space Cadet Grange, and the rest deserve a competent commander. She better not say the M-word. Oh Lord, she best not be saying the M-word. Oh fuck. Thank God there isn't a yes option to go nuclear with a mutiny. But let's not engage this. I'm not going to engage this. We are disengaging, actually. See ya! Your recent discovery about the captain comes back to the front of your mind, but instead of answering, you make a hasty retreat to walk past Vanessa, fully intending to not get involved in whatever she's planning. Oh, hell no. Lieutenant Laud, I really don't have time for this. Based on your recent conduct, Lieutenant, you seem pretty reliable, so I wanted to let you know ahead of time. What do you mean ahead of time? What are you doing? Oh my god, I can't fix her. I'll be keeping a close eye on this mission to see who's capable and who isn't. It's important to know who you can trust. Who you can trust to do what needs to be done, after all. Oh my god. There's no way the chief engineer is in on this. There's no way. Absolutely not. Chief engineer is the only functional adult. There is no way that she is in on this. Holy shit. Vanessa is a roller coaster. I thought I liked her, and then I thought she was just a bitch, and then I thought she was just misunderstood, and then I thought she was a bitch, and then I thought she was just misunderstood, and it turns out she's just a bitch. And not just a bitch, a crazy bitch who wants to go nuclear and take everyone around her with her. Holy hell. Anyways, nice to talk with you, Lieutenant. Good luck on the upcoming mission. Oh my god. With that, Vanessa turns on her heel and heads off down the four-sided thoroughfare, leaving you alone in the central hub. Oh, Lieutenant, do your best. Thanks. Thanks. I'll be watching. Well, it's your job to watch. Ellipses. Yeah, it's exactly what I think she is. Yeah. How do you do that? How do you get on a 10-person crew and start a mutiny? Are you stupid? There's no room for that. You gotta be on the same team to make anything happen. There's no redundancy on this ship. There's no politics. You can't do that. Oh my god. I can't fix her. Jesus. Anyone here? No. Okay. I need to hit the snack machine. That's what I need to do. I need to hit the snack machine. As you walk by the mess hall, you stop to take a look inside. Everything seems to be operating as normal, from the lazy spinning of the extractor fan to the food vendor cycling through illuminating its different options. At the table and facing away from you is Haru, the Restless Wonder. We haven't seen her in a minute. You watch them as they idly swirl the contents of their cup of coffee before taking a sip. If they've noticed you, they aren't letting on. But from the looks of it, they seem deep in thought. You don't particularly have anything you want to ask them, but then again, you decide it may be good. Check in before you head out. Nah. Yeah! They missed me on the first half, but then they got me back. I'm not that hungry right now, but I bet I know who'd appreciate this. Yes! We got the chocolate for Cassie. We gotta be prepared for the snacker in chief. We got a silent voice. Alright. See ya, Restless Wonder. Where's Cassie? Hold on. Head to the hangar. Would Cassie be in sickbay or her stateroom? Probably sickbay. Airlock. Sickbay. I think sickbay. The elevator doors slide open and you raise your hand to shield your eyes from the aggressive glare of sickbay's powerful lighting. As you've come to expect, the strong scent of clinical disinfectant pervades the room. As harsh as it is, it's infinitely preferable to the powerful odor of the captain's quarters. Scanning the room, you see that everything seems in order. The doctor sits at his desk, absorbed in his data pad. All the medical supplies are carefully arranged in their cabinets, and surgery wing continues to look immaculate. The only thing out of place is... Yay! She alive. Yay. Girlfriend acquired. There he is! Power lines! Me. Cassandra, who had been idly laying back on one of the beds, playing with her hair, had seen you the moment you stepped into the room and swung her legs around to the side of the bed, launching herself off it and towards you. I heard all about how you'd... Why, What? Oh. She tripped. She tripped. Careful, Cassie. You dart forward just in time to grab her before the stumble she'd taken turns into a fall. All right, let's get you back to the bed. Thanks. Power lines? Are we her boyfriend or just her minder? In one swift motion, you scoop Cassie up in your arms and carry her back to the beds, setting her down on the one she'd just been lying on. Okay, I think I could have made that journey on my own, you know? Nope. Nope. Well, better safe than sorry. Still looking after me after. Still looking out for me after everything you've done already. The same word right after another messed me up. Still looking out for me should have been how it is. My hero. Forky Lodo. I have no idea what that means. I could go for some carnitas though. Your cheeks go flush and you look away for a moment. The captain's acknowledgement of reactions had been so perfunctory that hardly registered. But Cassie's wholehearted praise has you suddenly feeling sheepish. What about Vanessa's praise? How'd that make us feel? No, it wasn't a big deal. It was just what I had to do. I'm pretty sure anyone else would have done the same thing if they were in my position. Don't sell yourself short, Powerlines. It is a big deal. Saving an entire crew from a complete system failure with no chain of command. Did Cassie just shit all over Vanessa? Because there was an entire point when the ship was broken that they stopped because Vanessa ground everything to a halt to assert herself as being in chain of command. The chain of command. And Cassie just woke up and shit all over her by saying there was no chain of command. Plus, I didn't hear about anyone else going on a spacewalk from one end of the ship to the other. It was halfway, not from one end of the ship to the other. It was only halfway. It's not a big ship. If doing all that doesn't make you a hero, I don't know what does. You smile and look back at Cassie. As self-conscious as you feel being called a hero, her assessment of events isn't wrong. Missing a comma there. Thanks, comma, Cassie. I'm pretty sure I should be thanking you, Powerlines. I don't think Vanessa could have carried me down here like you did. Did we carry her down here? That got glossed over. You bite your tongue at Do we think Cassie knows what she's doing? Is Cassie intentionally shitting all over Lord? Is Cassie being based, or is she just being a goof? You bite your tongue at Cassie's mention of Vanessa? You had a strong feeling that Vanessa wouldn't have even tried. You push the thought from your mind. You don't have much time with Cassie before your mission is due to begin. And the last thing you want to be doing is thinking about Vanessa again. Don't worry about it. How are you doing anyways? I'm great, aren't I, Doc? Oh, he's here? Of course he's here. Although he doesn't look up from his datapad, you see a flicker of recognition on the doctor's face datapad. I mean, it's not a wrong word. Seems kind of out of place, like a datapad. That seems more sci-fi than the rest of this. Like, if I called it a tablet or a PDA, I don't know, whatever. No, Ms. Gwen, you are not doing great. I love Rosarium. He's cool. You had a sudden and intense migraine, followed by an unexplained, extended loss of consciousness, which in turn has been followed by a persistent and ongoing headache. I would not look to describe your condition as great. Cassie, why didn't you tell me you were still feeling bad? We're not your doctor, we're your minder. No, Miss Quinn, he is not your... He is not your doctor, It's an expression, Doc. Ellipses. I love Dr. Rosarium. So I've got a bit of a headache right now. I bet it's nothing. It's probably because I pulled a double shift to cover the captain without eating anything but a bag of chips and 3 chocolate bars. The snacker in chief. Cassie. Ms. Quinn, you'd advised me you'd been sticking rigorously to the Dushu Shake schedule I laid out for you. Okay, everyone, jeez. Oh, she angry. She angry. She doesn't have the demon eyes, though. I will say, I'm suddenly very acutely uninterested in the captain after seeing her demon eyes. No particular reason. I'm just suddenly disinterested in the captain. Demon eyes are a little bit too demonic, even for me. Oh, we rushed down when the power's back on. I know, but here I am, hydrated and full of electrolytes on doctor's orders. I'm going to be fine. So anyway, Cassie and the doctor are like the perfect pair of characters to bounce off each other, aren't they? How are you doing, pal Lions? Are you able to finish your shift now that Gundog's back up and running and you've made sure everything's okay? Well, actually, we've not been able to make contact with the O'Brien, so I've been ordered to head over there in an armored frame. Aw, she called us honey. That's sweet. That seems really... with Hanson. Ellipses! Excited ellipses. Oh, honey. I'm sorry. How are you feeling about it? It's a job. I mean, it can be both. I'm not looking forward to it, but it's fine. I mean, you mull over the prospect. Traveling in a cramped cockpit with Hanson would have never been your first choice to get to the O'Brien. But then again, it wasn't like there'd been room for you two to come to blows in there. At the most, there'd probably be some uncomfortable conversation. Anything he'd try would probably happen once he got back to the Gundog. Gun-dog. It'll probably be fine. I know that if there's one thing he takes seriously, it's his piloting. That's questionable. I don't think he started a fight whilst we're sharing the same cockpit or anything. There must be like a booster or jump seat in there. For passengers, like in some of the Gundams. There you go. It won't be too bad then. Ellipses. Besides, once you're on the O'Brien, you can just get to work helping the other crew and ignore him. Well, that's the other thing. Ellipses. There's so many ellipses I can't call it out now. It looks like whatever happened to the Gundog has happened to the O'Brien. Since we've not been able to identify any activity coming from them, comma, missing, there's a good chance that the crew hasn't made it. Oh no! Yeah. Ellipses. Hey, come on. They may not have got their ship back up and running, but maybe they've got their own savvy chief engineer who has figured out a solution that keeps them all safe. Kinda doubt it. On top of that, if they're really lucky, they've got their own heroic security officer who's saving the entire crew right now. Can't be any more incompetent than us. Ellipses. Yeah, you're right. I'm sure it'll be fine. I said lyingly. You do your best to match Cassie's enthusiasm, but you haven't forgotten the chill in the air of the Gundog just before you'd got it back online. One of the first signs that a ship wouldn't be able to sustain its crew for much longer. That had been over 3 hours ago. Hey, power lines. Whatever happens, it'll be all right. Well, if she says it's all right, how can it not be? You've already done incredible things today. Way more than anyone could have ever expected. You're gonna be all right. Say it one more time for me. I kind of need it. Just one more time. Thanks, Cassie. Besides, ellipses. You said you'd book us tickets for that new water park, and did we just red flag ourselves for death doing that? Is this like... We may as well have said we're 2 days from retirement at this point. Book tickets to that new water park in the Europa cluster. I'm not going to let anything happen that'll stop us from going. Get out there and nail this mission, Lieutenant Quattro. Thanks, ma'am. Dear. Honey. Honey bunny. Take your chocolate bar. Oh, wait. We can't give her the... we never gave back her key card. Well, it's mine now. Thanks for the gift, honey. What's up, Doc? Look, we have a limited number of conversations we can have. We're going to use one on Doc. He deserves it. Lieutenant Quattro, is there something I can help you with? Ah, sorry, Doc. I didn't realize. Why do we have to be so mean to him? Doc Rosario is great. Why do we have to be so mean to him? I am not currently needed anywhere else, Lieutenant. Yeah, of course. As you're still here, I assume that you have a medical requirement. Oh no, I was just, ellipses. Just ellipses. Going. Ellipses. Very good, Lieutenant. Wait. Is Doc the secret second functional adult on the ship? And he's just so over everything, that's why he's pretending to be awkward just to lay low so he doesn't have to become like a captain, because besides the chief, he's the only good functional person on the ship. Maybe it's something we don't understand because of socialized healthcare. Is that what Jupiter has, socialized healthcare? I'm gonna save this. I'm gonna talk to Cassie again and try and give her the chocolate. Hey, what are you still doing here? Don't you have a daring rescue to pull off? Well, I just thought I'd check in one last time before I left. Make sure you're really okay. Aw, you sweetie. That's us. But I'm fine, really, totally not fine. God, I love Doc Rosario. Ellipses. I am currently under supervision. That is the most Cassie statement ever. I'm currently under supervision. To assess the extent of a potential cause of any ailment that I may be suffering from. However, my condition is currently stable and does not appear to be life-threatening. Ellipses. Ellipses! Although I can think of something that could speed up my recovery. Oh yeah, a chocolate bar? It's nothing, actually. Oh, don't worry about it. No, we know what it is. Oh, you mean something like this? That's exactly what I was thinking of. Look at that. Since I'm so good at treatment, maybe I should consider a move to the medical corps. Now that I think about it, it might suit you. You know what? Unironically, we'd probably be pretty good at it, because, like, we're the only person on the ship capable of understanding other people and reading them. So we have the bedside manners, even if we're an ass, and stealing shit. So yeah, unironically, maybe our character would be better off in the medical corps. He always really liked that nurse uniform. the nurse uniform. Ellipses. She caught us. But now that you're solved this medical emergency, you need to focus on getting ready for your mission. Get out there and nail it, Lieutenant Quattro. Aye, aye, ma'am. Okay. That's enough with Honey Bunny. Mission accomplished. We gave her the thing. Let's go to aft. Check the armory. I would like a gun. The captain didn't order me to take anything from here, so we're not expecting trouble. Damn. What about my suit? I shouldn't need one since we're not expecting any trouble on the O'Brien. I'll take a standard issue one from the hangar instead. Brah! Come on, brah! What about in here? I'll be taking my standard issue sidearm with me to the O'Brien, so I don't need anything else from here. Okay. I guess. I guess. Fine. You know what? I think talking to the chief engineer mommy is a priority. Just to feel out if she's... I mean, there's no way she's on board with Vanessa doing a mutiny. But it's worth checking in with the engineer. They never let us use the armored suit. That sucks. I mean, it would make sense for us to take ours. Because we're a security officer. We should take a... What's the point of having red shirts if we can't wear the red shirts? As you make your way into the engineering section, you relish the various sounds coming from the now functioning machinery, the thrum of moving parts, the buzz of electrical systems, the repetitive pulse of various cooling systems. With your newfound appreciation for the activity taking place all around you, you wonder if this is how the chief feels. On that subject, "Hey Chief, are you around?" You call out, doing your best to shout over the noise. "Chief!" You wait a moment, but get no response. Looking around, you can't see her anywhere. Must be in the engine room. Oh yeah, that makes sense. We still have Cassie's key card. Well, you find yourself once again outside the door of this computer. This time, though... we have the key card. We, in theory, have the codes, unless they changed them in the past few hours. If they didn't want us to go in here, they would have changed the codes and made us give back the key card, right? The door is illuminated by an overhead light, rather than darkness that had been shrouded in last time. You take a moment to stop and wonder what had happened when the computer had rebooted. It certainly hadn't seemed normal. Maybe you'd ask the chief when you both had the time, but for now, you have a mission to get going with. Ah, damn it. Okay. Engines. I thought it was going to let us sneak into the to HR computers. Moving from the engineering section into one of the engine rooms, the first thing that strikes you is that the huge turbine-like machinery that fills the majority of the area is now excuse me. You got so used to their constant motion and regular thrum that after your first few security reviews, you stopped noticing it. But now that it was absent, the stillness of such a huge space made you uneasy. The only saving grace was that the cavernous structure of the engine room no longer filled the sound of the engines. You could hear the chief's analytical monologue echoing across the expanse. You wouldn't have to do much more than follow it to its source to find her. Hi, Mom. So that's the detectors, 1 through 7 calibrated against the background gamma and signaling baseline. Now if I can. Hey, Chief, how's it, and no blockages in the coolant flow, no warping in exterior heat sinks either. Chief. Ma! Oh, it's you, Lieutenant Quattro. Don't you have a mission to be getting ready for? Yes, but I thought I'd check in on you, because Vanessa's giving me weird vibes, like M-word vibes, and I'm not okay with it. I need to talk to my designated adult mommy. Oh, well, everything's as fine as it can be down here. The loss of power didn't do any damage as all the fail-safes for a hard shutdown kicked in. So because of, not the ship chief, I want to check in on you. Huh? I'm fine, Lieutenant. I just need to get these engines back online. That. She did the thing. She did a heave-ho. I would have had them online already if Lieutenant Lord didn't have me waste all that time finding the O'Brien. Once I told her that we could find them using the infrared targeting sensors, she should have left it up to the Gunner Ds and let me get on with things. I could have got back to figuring out what's causing problems with Long Ridge communication system by now. Maybe even. That's something else I wanted to ask. Yes, it's coming up. What was happening between you and Lieutenant Lord on the bridge? Lieutenant Lottie. Ellipses. I've seen what she can get like, but I didn't think she'd be that way in front of the captain. Ellipses. Alright, Lieutenant. You know what? What? I've seen what you'll do for the ship and the crew, so in my book, that makes you alright. Yeah! We get the chief's stamp of approval! We made it, boys! Mommy officially acquired. She has adopted us. We're her fuck up now. So I'm going to let you in on a secret, in case you hadn't figured it out already. The only reason any of us are on the ship is because the JCF don't know what to do with us. Not bad enough to dismiss her court-martial, but too much of a liability to crew anything important. And I know that includes me. As a union woman, I've butted heads with enough brass that they've used every trick in the book to get me out of the way, and on to my last warning. For in with Muscle Mommy, yeah. So when Lieutenant Lord realized how pissed the captain would be that the engines hadn't been reactivated, she threatened to pin this whole mess on me. That's what it was? Oh my god. Vanessa is worse than I thought. Holy shit. That she'd report the decision to delay the engine's reactivation as mine if I didn't back up her story. Ellipses. Whole thing makes me sick. Yeah, we got a bit of a Vanessa problem. It's actually worse than I thought, which is impressive because my thought was that she's trying to do a mutiny. Some of us actually have important work to do and don't have time to be playing games with a crew to worm their way to the top. As much as I hate going along with it, I'm stuck for the time being. Jeez, I didn't realize Vanessa could be so... I don't worry about me, Lieutenant. She is a big gal. I can look after myself. I'll figure out some way to deal with her. You just worry about getting back from the O'Brien safely, you hear? Mommy wants us to come home. Yes! Thanks, Mom. Don't mention it. Although, one thing, Lieutenant. Yes, Chief. Don't interrupt me when I'm clearly in the middle of something extremely important. See, she's just acting mad because she doesn't want us to get too comfortable. This is just her exerting her authority of adopting us. So this is her way of confirming that we're in. We're on Team Muscle Mommy. Yeah, aye, ma'am. Get out of here. Get out of here. Can I restart the engine for her? There's no doubt the Chief's doing her best to get these online as quickly as possible. Getting in her way would probably be worse for my health than remaining offline. Nope. I wasn't expecting us to. I was just fishing. I was doing that thing in tabletop gaming where you fish for a natural D20. Although, interestingly, Chief did not say anything about the M word with Vanessa, which tells me either Vanessa hasn't tried to recruit the Chief for it. No, that's definitely the case. And we also learned that the Chief is definitely not on board with Vanessa. She's only suffering her. Yeah, Chief is always on our side. The Chief is on Team Quattro because Team Quattro is on Team Chief. We got the Alliance. See, that's what I was saying about before, about the Engineering Security Alliance. It's in full effect. We got each other. You know what? Let's check up with Gunner D's nuts. What's up with the Gunner D's? Move to fire control. As the door to fire control slides open, you're met with the familiar sound of tinny music escaping from Dylan's oversized headphones, letting you know that Gunner is at his station. Looking around at all the illuminated screens and the flashing readouts, it appears that everything here is back up and running as normal. Although, there's so much information on display, you got no idea if that's a correct assessment. Leaning slightly to catch a glimpse of Dylan, you can see that he is currently zoned out in appreciation of the track he's listening to, oblivious to your presence. Knowing that he would have recently had his awkward sentence structure, his personal sanctuary intruded upon by both Lieutenant Loud and the Chief, if feels cruel to disturb him, but your years of being a security officer kick in, and you find it hard to resist the urge to check it. We find it hard to be a nosy bastard. Hard to not be a nosy bastard. What's up, nerd? Hey, Dylan. Ellipses. WOD's nuts. Ellipses. Dylan. Yes, latest report. No updates on the... Oh, hey, Lieutenant. Sorry about that. Yeah, he's a... I think he's been getting Vanessa lately. I think that alone... This alone informs us that he is on team anti-Vanessa as well. Actually, I'm going to be shocked if Vanessa has a single fucking person on her side. She's... You know what? Actually, I take that back. There might be a plot twist where Vanessa has the captain on her side because the captain is so fucking tired of everything. She's like, yeah, fuck it. You take command. Thanks. That's not going to happen, but that'd be funny. Hey, LT, sorry about that. I've just had the Chief and LT Lord crammed in here with me shouting at each other about finding the O'Brien. Lord won't even let me perform the search with my headphones on. Against regulations. The period should be inside the quotation mark. Like it makes a difference to what I can see. I didn't sign up for that kind of stress. That's the WO attitude. All specialization, no responsibility. Anyway, what's up? Nothing much. I just thought I'd check on you, see how you were doing after everything. You know me, LT. As long as I get to listen to my music, it's all good. Thank God for radar. If this crew didn't have a radar chilling out, it'd go to hell. We need this guy with zero energy to balance out everyone else. And like, as long as Lieutenant Law never comes in here again, I guess. What about you, sir? Or that we've got you to thank for getting the gun dog back on her feet. You doing all right? Yeah, never better. Yeah, I guess so. I've been too busy running a sweep of the ship to stop and think about it, really. Well, we didn't do a spacewalk and all. Rather you than me, Lieutenant. Closest I want to get to space is seeing it through these monitors. And being on a ship in space. Pretty close to space, dog. Come on, dog. Yeah. Anyway. If it's okay with you, LT, I'm supposed to be keeping an eye on the brain. You know, I was right in the middle of a gnarly Trish and the Replicant song. Yeah, you get back to it. Go off, King. Take it easy, Gunner D's nuts. Thanks, sir. See, I like Gunner because he knows that we just gave him explicit permission to take it easy. In fact, we gave him an order to take it easy. So, I think Gunner is always going to be on our side. Anything in our room? Can we use our terminal? Yeah, seems like it's all working like it's supposed to. Maybe the central computer always starts up like that. Anything in here? Fresh uniform? Yeah. My quarters light switch? Yes. Ellipses. You know what? I've had enough of being in the dark for one day. Hey. Yes. Hey! Hey, me. I'm trying to turn off the lights. Let's cruise here? Okay, I think we kind of checked out everywhere, didn't we? Foresight... We haven't talked to Haru. I don't know. I guess we'll talk to the Rissless Wonder. Talk to Rissless Wonder. Ensign Rumley. Rumney. Oh, Quattro. What's going on? What's a hero like you doing stopping by the mess hall? Aunt Snowy was taking you for a ride over the O'Brien. You picking up snacks for the trip? That's a good idea. I only got snacks for the Snacker-in-Chief. I could use some snacks too. I was just checking up on some of the crew before I left. Make sure everyone's doing okay. Ah, what a professional. Yeah. Yeah, I'm a professional doing the bare minimum of my job. I'm doing alright. Sleeping in my quarters and the power went out. Didn't even notice until Hanson started banging on my door. That's good. I'm glad you're doing okay. So, did you guys pry your door open to let Hanson in? What happened there? Ellipses. Quattro. Yes, Ensign. Thanks for helping Hanson out. You know, it's my duty. Yeah, I guess it is. Still, he's my flight partner. Wingman. So if you did him a solid, you did me a solid. Okay. Take it down a level, Rizless Wonder. Keep it up. Maybe you aren't the coward we think you are. Ellipses. Lighten up, Lieutenant. Jeez. Alright, Ensign. If you're okay, then I'll leave you to it. Yeah. Yeah, you just... Oh my god. She needs, like... She needs, like, an online course on how to get some swag. This girl got nothing. She got negative Riz. It's painful, man. If you need any help with that, you can stop by... Oh my god. She's... Who would be worse? Haru or Vanessa? Like, we know Vanessa is basically the Antichrist, right? But would you want the Antichrist or the Rizless Wonder? Which one would you rather be saddled with? I think in my heart of hearts, I would rather be stuck with Vanessa. Because Haru causes me physical pain enduring her. Whereas Vanessa, I go through a roller coaster of emotions wanting to fix her. But I don't even want to start dealing with Haru. Just kick her out the door. God damn. Ellipses. You get my finest artisanal ellipses, Haru. Alright. Enough ellipses. Let's go to the hangar. As the ship's gravity disappears, you slowly float down the final few steps leading into the hangar. Once you're almost weightless, once your almost weightless feet connect with the steel flooring of the catwalk, you kick off it and towards the guardrail, grabbing it before you float past and bringing yourself to a stop. And not bringing. Ahead of you are the typical sights of the hangar, but for the first time since you'd boarded the Gundog, its expanse is filled with noise and commotion, rather than the usual near silence and stillness. You see Space Cadet Dalton floating from one segment of the furthest armored frame to another, clearly in the process of carrying out its pre-flight. I guess for military heraldry reasons, they'd still say fly in space, even though it's... Because you can't fly in space, because there's no air, right? So you would either say you're falling or you're propelling. Because you're not really... Flying is technically just falling past the horizon. And when you're in space, beyond Earth, you're just, like, falling around the sun, right? So... But falling sounds wrong. And so does propelling. And we're just stuck with the awkward verb fly, even though it's technically incorrect. Whatever. I gotta move on. The pre-falling checks. Pre-launch, yes. Well, we don't launch either from the ship, because they drop out of the ship. down those thingies, and then they propel themselves away because they're not launched by the ship. Whatever. I'm overthinking this way too much. As he arrives at each new part, he opens an access panel, checks the hidden machinery and mechanisms underneath, and then slams the panel closed, occasionally stopping to take one tool or another from his belt to apply adjustments to the frame's inner working. Alongside the erratic slamming of panels and whirring of electronic tools coming from Dalton, you also hear the back and forth of bickering between of course Vanessa is here, between Cruz and Laud. He watches Hansen donning his flight suit, snaps at the lieutenant, and then kicks off into the empty space of the hangar, swiftly followed by Vanessa, who does not let up on whatever it is she is trying to discuss. Hopefully not the M word again. Glancing at your watch, you see that it's almost the scheduled time to depart and start the mission. No use putting it off any longer, I guess. I think they were lying about us having limited time to talk to people. In that case, hold on. In that case, yes, we can talk to the skipper. Because now that we confirmed that the game was lying about having limited time to talk to people. Yes. So, we don't want the demonize. We definitely don't want to ask about the wait, do we? I just saved. We're save scumming. We're save scumming. Okay, now that we have a different save file, we're gonna go nuclear. About that report in your desk you told me to read. Don't mind that you told me not to read it, but you did tell me to read it. You said the words, read it. It takes you a moment to work up the confidence to ask the question, as the captain fixes her gaze on you. Eventually, you decide the best approach is simply to be as direct as possible. I read the report, Captain, as you ordered. Report, Lieutenant. You draw a deep breath. You'd come this far. There was no sense in turning back now. The report's in your desk, ma'am. It was in there alongside the access codes. The captain looks deep in thought, trying to understand what you're talking about when... Demonize. Okay, here we go. Demonize, demonize, demonize! Here they come. Demonize! The captain's expression takes you completely by surprise. Her normal look of lazy indifference is instead replaced by a savage glare. You feel a chill down your back as the temperature of the whole room drops. What were you doing reading that report? I was performing my duties as ordered, ma'am. You ordered me to quote you, ma'am, you ordered, read the report. As happens, you also ordered, do not, a half second before, but I was following your orders that followed that do not, which were, read the report. So I followed your orders. The captain asked through clenched teeth. It was in amongst the access codes and fell out. That's the lamest excuse ever. You had no business reading it. Well, I had no business taking your access codes either, but here we are. With respect, Captain, that report, Lieutenant Quattro, is not just restricted. It is personal and has nothing to do with you. She's not wrong. This assertion from the captain strikes you like a slap to the face, and you feel intense anger flow through you. Nothing to do with you. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. We about to go nuclear. With respect, Captain, that report has everything to do with me. I was part of the Kalike's armored frame flight, and so was Hansen. Here we go. You see the captain's brow furrow as she continues to glare at you. She should know that. She should have... It's a 10-person crew. How does she not know previous postings? Eventually, she stands up from her chair and walks to the far side of the bridge. Is she getting a gun? Is she getting a gun? She might be that bad. The captain's silence drags on, unbearable now that you're finally at this moment. I just want to know why, Captain. What happened? Why did you send those ships forward? Lieutenant, we've all made mistakes. Her use of the word mistake makes you want to scream, as if that could explain what she'd done. The phrasing makes you inarticulate with rage as you try to interject, but find yourself lost for words. Now, you have an armored frame to be boarding, and I have a mission to complete planning. Unless you want to make a mistake of your own, I recommend you prepare for your upcoming mission. Ellipses. Now is not the time, Lieutenant. Captain. Dismissed, Lieutenant. Your fist clenched and mind racing, you stand in silence with the captain meeting your glare with a cold and composed stare. Despite the rage, we really have Angie issues. We are God's angiest red shirt. Through your entire body, you find yourself barely able to move, let alone respond. Ellipses! With an exasperated yell, you turn... Are we 5 years old? Are we about to slam the door to the elevator yelling, I'm not mad, you're mad? With an exasperated yell, you turn away from the captain and head to the elevator, stepping inside and punching the button to send you to the central hub, yelling the words, I'm not mad, you're mad. You turn back just as the doors close. The captain's cool gaze still locked on. Ellipses! As the elevator takes you to the central hub, you slam your fist into the nearby wall. Now may not be the best time to decide, but soon! Is that a threat? You pace back and forth to the cramped confines of the elevator, barely holding on to your anger. Eventually, you rest your forearms against the cold steel of the elevator wall, exhaling it deeply. Excuse me. I have a mission to get on with. I don't have time for this now. You swallow your anger, determined that the captain won't be able to dodge your question for long. That was... I mean... That wasn't as nuclear as I expected, because I half expected her to get a gun and shoot us and end the game with a bad end. About the original mission, we're gonna save scum out of that. You had not been giving this thought as much attention as some other matters that had felt more pressing, but with Cassie in the sick bay and the thought of the gun dog remaining in what could be extremely dangerous territory, didn't sit well with you. It's regarding our original mission. Based on current events, once we secure the O'Brien, what will our plan be? Well, Lieutenant, the gun dog's task was to provide backup or support as necessary. So what happens to that plan largely depends on what happens aboard the O'Brien. If the crew are as resourceful as you and are alive and well, our task will be to get the O'Brien operational again. From there, we'll do our best to identify the source of whatever happened and alert JCF HQ. Of course, if those on board the O'Brien weren't as fortunate as we were, then the threat posed to a single Swift class would be deemed too great to make a report whilst heading back to more secure territory. Meaning that if everyone on the O'Brien is dead, our mission is already over. Why do you ask, LT? Because we don't want to go nuclear right now? Your stomach sinks as the sudden realization hits you. Once again, the outcome you find yourself hoping for the most is the one where you're kept away from the action by a turn of fate. But for that to happen, it need to be like the last time. Oh, god damn it. We're having PTSD again. We're like JD from Scrubs, where we're constantly going away into a daydream, but the daydream is always PTSD. You find yourself almost nauseated at the fact that you trade the well-being of everyone aboard the O'Brien for both yours and Cassie's safety. Despite that, you couldn't stop yourself from having that thought. Lieutenant Quattro. Oh, no particular reason, ma'am. Just looking to plan ahead, I said lyingly. Very good, Lieutenant. Now, if you wouldn't mind, I've got a mission plan I need to complete. Of course, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. With that, you step away from the captain, who resumes inputting information into the control panel. Ellipses. Let us save here. And this is a good saving spot to end before we go to the daymares. Yeah, exactly. That's a good spot to end before we go off to the O'Brien next time, which will probably be next weekend. Because tomorrow, let me bring up my calendar. What are we doing Monday? I already picked out the games we're playing this coming week. Tomorrow, Monday night at 1:40 a.m. Eastern, we are playing Chaos Gate, which is Warhammer 40k Grey Knights strategy game, kind of like XCOM it looks like. Then Tuesday night, we're playing Cabin Factory, checking that out. And for the rest of the week, we'll be trying out Sir Brant, which is an RPG of sorts. And then mixing up Chaos Gate and Sir Brant. And probably another collab on next Friday. Haven't decided yet, though. Anyways, I hope everyone enjoyed that. I love this game. It's very silly and very fun and very Gundam. But if you enjoyed this, go and like and subscribe. I will see the Fang Gang tomorrow, 1:40 a.m. Eastern, for Warhammer 40k Chaos Gate. Not Chaos State. That's something entirely different. That's Bewitched Sinners. Anyways, hope everyone has a fantastic week. Hope you all had a fantastic week. And I'll see you all later. Take care, everyone.